for those that each of us hold dear in our lives that are in need. We pray this day for Jackie Kennedy, Senator Lindsey's assistant, as she'll need your touch to find peace again as they have services today after the passing of her husband, Ron, of 48 years. May each of us have the courage and strength to do the right thing as we face the challenges of this world in which we live. Provide these men and women that serve in this chamber the wisdom to make decisions that address the needs of the people that they serve. As we enter into the final days of this session, may it be said that the body of work that has been accomplished was good and will help West Virginia to be a better place for our children and grandchildren to live. We ask that you continue to bless this state that we all love. We pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Lavender. Senator from Jefferson.
Would the members and staff and our friends in the gallery please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States
of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, March 30th, 2021. The Senate met at 10:16 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
Senator from Wetzel requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guests. Senator from Raleigh.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to announce that, sponsored by the West Virginia Academy of Family Physicians, our family doctor of the day today is Dr. Michael Gray. He's in his second year of residency at Raleigh General Hospital in Beckley. Would the Senate please join me in welcoming our guest?
Further introductions. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Today in the rear gallery, we have the head soccer coach for the George Washington High School soccer team, Eric Engel, who happened to coach this team to the last 3 state championships and is here to see the resolution read later on today. If the members would please join me in welcoming him. Thank you, Eric.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 2266 relating to expanding certain insurance coverages for pregnant women.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Finance.
House Bill
Senate will come to order.
House Bill 2493, providing valuation limitations for coal property taxation and clarifying the penalties for non-filers.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2667 to create a cost-saving program for state buildings regarding energy efficiency.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization, then the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2720, creating a merit-based personnel system within DOT.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, then the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 2768, supplementing, amending, and increasing an existing item of appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation, Division of Highways.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2769, supplementing, amending, and increasing items of existing appropriation from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation, Division of Motor Vehicles.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 2790, supplementing, amending, and decreasing and increasing items of existing appropriation to the Division of Highways.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 2915 relating to public records management and preservation.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Committee reference be dispensed with.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
House Bill 3082 stabilizing funding sources for DEP Division of Air Quality.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirement for misdemeanors to 10 days.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
House Bill 3298 making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Department of Education, Senior Services, and Civil Contingent Fund.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 3304 authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary and the Committee on Finance, and then the Committee on Finance. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 30, the William Gregory Gregg White PE Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 42, Firefighter Marvin Layton Hughes Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 46, Stanley W. and Evelyn C.C. Memorial Bridge, and House Concurrent Resolution 13, Tech 5 U.S. Army Donald Tiny Lucas Memorial Bridge, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolutions be taken up for immediate consideration, considered simultaneously, and put upon their adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Before the Senate is the adoption of the resolutions. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolutions adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 43, naming the U.S. Army Private Joseph Stanley McKinney Memorial Bridge, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 50, U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Major Herman H. Bronner and Fama Bronner Memorial Bridge, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
The report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolutions be taken up for immediate consideration, considered simultaneously, and put upon their adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Before the Senate is the adoption of the resolutions. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolutions adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 57, originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study electronic database publication of legal notices in lieu of newspaper publication, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent for it to be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2028, exempting veterinarians from the requirements of controlled substance monitoring, Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2877, expand direct health care agreements beyond primary care to include more medical care services. And engrossed House Bill 3045, relating to firefighter disability claims, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2366, requiring agencies who have approved a proposed rule that affects fees or other special revenues to provide the committee a fiscal note. Engrossed House Bill 2957, relating to the repeal of outdated code sections, and engrossed House Bill 2958, relating to repealing outdated sections of state code, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2427, authorizing the Department of Health and Human Resources to promulgate legislative rules, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2529, prohibiting West Virginia institutions of higher education from discriminating against graduates of private, non-public, or home schools by requiring them to submit to alternative testing, and has amended same, and engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2785, relating to public school enrollment for students from out of state, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2633, creating the 2021 Farm Bill, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2694, create the Second Amendment Preservation Act, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2763, creating West Virginia Cyber Incident Reporting, and has amended same, and engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2916, creating the Semi-Quincentennial Commission for the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2765, relating to allowing emergency management and operations vehicles operated by airports to use red flashing warning lights, and has amended same, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2791, relating to enrollment and costs of homeschooled or private school students at vocational schools, and engrossed House Bill 2906, relating to the School Building Authority's allocation of money, and reports the same back with recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 15, Rare Disease Day, and reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 35, requesting the Department of Health and Human Resources to continuously evaluate the child welfare system, and has amended same, and reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted as amended. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 33 by Senator Seipolt recognizing senior center personnel for their dedication throughout the COVID-19 pandemic.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 34 by Senators Plymel, Woelfel, Stallings, and Phillips recognizing the Coalfield Health Center's contributions to rural health care.
Under rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 35 by Senators Nelson, Caputo, Hamilton, Jeffries, Phillips, Plymel, Roberts, Romano, Smith, Stallings, Stover, Swope, and Seipolt recognizing clean energy's importance to West Virginia's energy future.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Motions, petitions,
There are none.
unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 56 requesting study on costs of inmate incarceration paid by municipalities.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization and then the Committee on Rules.
Senate Resolution 32 congratulating the George Washington High School Patriots boys soccer team.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 32 congratulating the George Washington High School Patriots boys soccer team for winning the 2020 Class AAA State Championship.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The members were introduced to the coach earlier upstairs, and this is my alma mater, and I'm quite pleased today to put forth this resolution to the members. This congratulates the GW Patriots soccer team for winning the 2020 Class AAA State Championship. The George Washington High School boys soccer team finished with a record of 11-0, even during this time of COVID. Of particular interest with the George Washington boys soccer team, they advanced to the state tournament for the 10th straight year. They won the state championship, as I just mentioned, with a perfect record, no losses, no ties. This is their 7th state championship. And in fact, it's the 3rd state championship in a row. I don't think that's ever been done. And if the members would bear with me as I do name the individuals that are on the team. It's too bad that they couldn't be here today as would be normal. We have Max Threthaway, Bryce Coleman, Isaac Carney, Xavier Bond, Grant Fenwick, Julian Westfall, Baxter Bustani, Tarek Jarrah, Wilson Fife, Charlie Adkins, Mason Pinkett, Alex Ellis, Gabe Sedora, Connor Strickland, Nick Enott, Danny Shema, Jack Williams, Sam Clark, Brady Stafford, Michael Lucher, Wes Goodwin. And the team was coached by, again, our head coach, Eric Engel, and his assistants were Brad McGee, David Nelson, Evan Polly, Peter Nelson, and Noah Shake. If the members would please welcome me and welcome them on their state championship. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Okay. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absence, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution passed. Adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 231 relating generally to medical cannabis. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 231 is very similar to a bill we passed last year. Last year's bill, I think, was 752, and it died on third reading. I think it expired on third reading in the House. Actually, I think this may be the third year in a row, I'm not sure, that we've tried to lift such a bill. The bill is designed to address problems and defects that have existed in our state Medical Cannabis Act, some of them from the very passage of the act. It amends a number of sections in various articles of Chapter 16A, which is our Medical Cannabis Act. I'll try to run quickly through the changes. It authorizes the Commission to approve conditions for which medical cannabis use is authorized. It removes course requirements for physicians because they only certify the existence of medical conditions that enable a person to be eligible to receive Medical Cannabis Act. Under federal law, the physicians don't prescribe cannabis the way you think of a physician would prescribe penicillin or some other scheduled drug. It makes clear that cannabis use outside that authorized in 16A is still a violation of Chapter 60A, which is our Controlled Substances Act. It expands reciprocity to allow patients who are West Virginia patients and to receive their medical cannabis in other states as long as there are reciprocal agreements and those states have comparable cannabis laws. It repeals provisions regarding practitioner restrictions. It rewrites, for clarity, the authority of the commissioner. It grants practitioners immunity from criminal and civil liability if they act in accordance with the article. It changes fees for the first replacement patient ID card from $25 down to $10. That's a fee reduction. It modifies the criminal background requirements for a medical cannabis organization to exclude the need if a medical cannabis organization is a publicly held company. Apparently some of those are. It amends a constitutional residency requirement that was in the bill. That is to make our law consistent with the law, the equal protection laws of the United States. The United States Supreme Court in the Tennessee Wine and Spirits case decided that such residency requirements are unconstitutional. There are prohibited convictions that add persons convicted of violations of West Virginia Code 16-5A1. That's bribery and corrupt practices. Those are proscribed from licenses. I skipped one there. The bill will clarify that a fee for a grower processor, $5,000 renewal fee is for each location, not just one time, and does the same thing with the dispensing fee license, $10,000. That's for each location. Clarifies that the tax department has to monitor all the medical cannabis pricing. It adopts the ABCA measurement criteria for dispensing. In other words, proscribes dispensaries within 1,000 feet of a public school. It increases the tax rate on medical cannabis and consistent with other changes of opening up ability of colleges and medical schools to do research, academic research related to medical cannabis. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try. Wait a minute, there are a couple more. It clarifies the difference between medical cannabis organization and academic research centers, and it removes language requiring pre-approval of the DEA and the FDA before academic research centers can do studies. And it clarifies that public officers, public officials who administer the chapter are prohibited from having any financial interest whatsoever in a medical cannabis organization. So that's a public integrity, governmental ethics provision. It makes technical cleanup changes. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill for the third time.
Question is passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 302, prohibiting gender-based price discrimination.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be moved to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 335, relating to West Virginia Invests grant program for students at accredited community and technical college. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson. Wait, one moment. Junior Senator from the 17th, forgive me.
To present on the bill?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 335, let's not maybe get taken to the side because it deals with promise scholarships, but this went through the Education Committee and Finance Committee, and both chairs did a tremendous job together with talking with staff at HEPC. The whole intent of this bill was to look at opportunities for those students at community and technical college to basically have their education fully paid for. And you know, this body passed the West Virginia Invest law last year, but this is cleaning up a few things that were left out. The bill does modify the West Virginia Invest grant program. The funding available for community and technical college students to assist with their tuition and other fees. The committee substitutes makes modifications to clearly indicate that the grant would cover cost of tuition, mandatory fees, and academic program fees. It also provides the academic program fees must be approved by the Council for Community and Technical College Education. What we have found out is many of our CTC schools have added extra fees that have become a burden to some of our students. Finally, the ComSub that we did approve yesterday would modify the drug testing requirement to provide that a drug test would not need to be administered each semester, and instead at the beginning of an academic year or the initial academic period if it is not the beginning of the academic year. I think this is a very important bill as it relates to our community and technical grads who provide a great service of job creation or filling job needs going forward. Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer questions and urge passage. Thank you.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 424, creating fixed income credit for low-income senior citizens. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 424 would provide a tax credit for low-income senior citizens who report fixed income on his or her federal income tax return between $1,000 and $20,000. The credit amount would be equal to 1% of the taxpayer's fixed income reported on his or her federal income tax return, subject to reduction in certain circumstances. A low-income senior citizen is defined as a West Virginia citizen that is over 65 and has an AGI of 150% or less of the federal poverty guideline. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall put it in the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from January 1, 2022. And request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective January the 1st, 2022, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected by the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective January 1, 2022. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 464, requiring composting of organic materials and commercial composting products comply with West Virginia fertilizer law. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 5th.
President, it is very appropriate that I explain a bill on solid waste because a lot of times people refer to me as solid waste. This bill creates a new section within the Solid Waste Management Act article of the code, which specifically authorizes the composting of food waste within the states, notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary. The bill provides that food waste includes but not limited to yard waste, food scraps, food processing residue, soiled and unrecyclable paper, animal carcasses, and agricultural waste. This bill provides that compost finished product is required to comply with safety regulations and requirements which currently exist within the West Virginia fertilizer law. Just as a side note, this is a facility is being built in Huntington as a part of Marshall University. They have received $120,000 that was donated by 2 community members. They have written grants for $105,000 and received that. And Marshall is also matching that amount of money to be able to put this facility in. And the unique thing about this is going to be able to handle the food waste and the waste from the university, so they will leave a less of a carbon footprint. I think it's very appropriate that this is done, and I really appreciate the work of the Senate. I would like to thank the Senator from Mercer and the senior senator from the 4th in their help in getting this done. Thank you.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 485 relating to use or presentation of firearm during commission of felony. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 485 amends a single section of our state code. It's in the Criminal Code, Chapter 61, Article 7, crimes against public justice and firearms. So actually, the short title is a little misleading. It's already a crime in West Virginia to use a firearm in committing a felony. That's subsection A of the bill. That's current law that we passed a few years ago. This bill adds as a separate and distinct offense the possession of a firearm during the commission of certain felonies, whether the person uses it or not. The offenses to which, the base felony offenses to which it applies are set forth. They're listed there in subsection C. But the fundamental idea behind the bill is that for certain offenses, for instance, burglary. Burglary is the breaking and entering into a dwelling home, someone's dwelling home. It's a felony, and it's punishable by 1 to 15 years in prison. But for an offense like that, if a person packs a firearm onto his person and then commits burglary, it is more serious. And this bill is an earnest attempt. I will compliment the Vice Chair, the Senator from Brooke, whose bill I believe it is, that is correct, for bringing it to us. But there are certain offenses, and they're delineated in the subsection C of the bill, which are much more severe, much more dangerous, create a much higher risk of fatality if a person is carrying a firearm when he commits them. So be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 542 relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Mr. President, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 542, in other words, the Judiciary Committee substitute, adds some new sections into our state code in Chapter 24. New section 1C, Article 1, and new sections in Article 2, Section 1Q and Section 2. The bill has changed some during its journey through the West Virginia Senate, and so as it lies before us now, reported from the Judiciary Committee, its primary purpose is to encourage the use and consideration of coal-fired power plants There's much language in it about the importance of coal to West Virginia's history and economy. And I know that earlier versions of the bill did more in the way of operative provisions than the final version does, but it does require notice, adequate notice before their power plant closures, and the bill describes the importance of West Virginia's access to coal reserves and how important the coal industry is to the state of West Virginia, past and future. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. We're going to get ready. Senate will be at ease. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 550, providing counties with authority to impose county sales and use tax of up to 1% under certain circumstances. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 550 allows counties to implement a sales and use tax of 1% provided that a public hearing is held. Incorporated areas of the state would not be subject to this county tax, and the sale of motor fuel or motor vehicles would also be exempt from the tax. The bill provides that the tax will be administered using the Tax Commissioner Services to administer, enforce, and collect the tax in the same manner as the state consumer sales and service tax and use tax. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. Many of the things that this legislature is about to do to counties and their budgets will significantly cut back on their ability to provide basic functions. With the passage of this bill, perhaps they can at least keep their courthouse doors swinging. So I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 28 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 28 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action. Forgive me. I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding classification and base salaries of certain civilian employees of State Police Forensic Laboratory. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 613 would add classifications and pay schedules for employees in the State Police Forensics Lab who are based on the Forensic Lab Career Progression System. The bill also requires that a written manual be provided to employees of the lab specifying procedures for evaluation and promotion under the new classification system. The salary schedule and classifications codified in this bill are already implemented in practice pursuant to funding authorized in 2017. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 622, increasing compensation for elected county officials. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 622 raises the compensation of all elected county officials, which includes county commissioners, county sheriffs, county clerks, circuit clerks, county assessors, and prosecuting attorneys by 10%. This bill changes only the amount of compensation. It does not change the requirement that to qualify for the increase, the auditor must first certify that the fiscal condition of the county can bear it, and then each elected official taking the raise must file in the office of the clerk of the county commission his or her written request for the salary increase. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no intention of blocking, delaying, or otherwise defeating Senate Bill 622, mainly because I recognize that most people have probably already made up their minds, and that's fine. But there are a few problems that concern me, and before someone asks me to yield and ask why I didn't make an amendment on committee or on second reading, quite frankly, it came up very quickly. I didn't have time, I had other irons in the fire, and didn't have time to thoroughly vet it and get it worked out. But I just wanted to point out a few things. First of all, and this has been a recurring theme because right now, all of the county officials have their salaries in West Virginia code. We set those salaries for them, so they come back to us every few years, and rightly so. I think they deserve a raise. I don't have a problem with that at all. The problem that I have is, first of all, and we addressed this back in 2019, but it's not addressed in this bill. Senate Bill 615 in 2019 passed the Senate, I think unanimously, and went to the House and was defeated there. That bill, Senate Bill 615 in 2019, included a CPI, or Consumer Price Index, so that once the salaries were set, it would be incremented periodically, every 2 years or every 4 years, and the salaries would keep up with the cost of living, which makes perfect sense to me. I have no problem. I wish that this bill would have included that, but I didn't get on my horse fast enough to get that included. Another thing, and most people probably didn't sit down and do the math on this, but there are 6 officials whose salaries we set. There's the commissioners, the circuit clerks, the county clerks, the prosecuting attorneys, the assessors, and the sheriffs. Of those, 4 of them get a 10% raise and 2 of them get a 13% raise. And you ask why? Well, I know the answer, and several people in here probably do, but most probably don't. The first 4 that I mentioned, they get a 10% raise, have their whole base salary set in code. The remaining 2, the assessors and the sheriffs, get a 13% raise because they have a supplemental salary on top of their base salary. Most people don't realize that. It's based on their performance to make sure that they have performed their duties for the year, then they can get the supplemental. But now they're taking this supplemental pay and adding a 3% additional increase to that, actually adding it to their base salary. I think that's problematic. Honestly, I think that all the supplemental salary should be rolled right into one base salary so it's in one place, it's not confusing, and it doesn't cause jealousy and concern between different officers. The next problem that I find is that a recurring theme is county classifications. Now, I would imagine that almost everyone in here understands that each county has a classification, and their salaries are based on that classification. For instance, right now, out of the 10 classifications or the 10 classes of counties, 19 of them are Class 1. That's 1/3 of the counties in the state are Class 1. In fact, 0 of them are Class 10. Basically, as time goes on, it's based on the appraisal value of real estate and personal property in each county determines what their class is. So as time goes on, inflation increases the values of the property and so on and so forth. They all kind of migrate to the top. And this has happened for a number of years, maybe a decade or more before it's been addressed. Quite frankly, I think that that needs to be addressed at the same time you do a pay raise. Because if you give a pay raise now, and then turn around and reclassify next year, some people might actually get a decrease in salary, and that's not right. We need to make sure that everyone has a positive move forward, a step up, instead of mitigating and leveling it out. Just in reference, in 2016, there was only 1/4 of the counties, not 1/3 of the counties that were Class 10. So we're seeing that migration to the top. It's something which needs to be addressed. It has been addressed in the past, but it's never been successful. I would urge the legislature to address that in the near future. And perhaps the last thing comes from, this is a press release that came from a local newspaper. A few in here may have read it. But it's only talking about one county. It's not all of them. But I'd like to read a couple excerpts from this newspaper article. It says, commissioners are working with shrinking dollars as they plan for the 2020-21 budget, while the Sheriff's Department worries about competing with other agencies for officers. Office holders detailed a list of wants and needs, including higher salaries requested by some, though the commissioners had asked raises not be included in the budget request. Now, when they're talking about requesting raises, that wasn't for the office holder, that was for their employees. Not for the office holders. They were asking for raises for their employees. It was denied. Furthermore, it goes on to say that irked some of the office holders who noted no raises were given in the current fiscal year, which would have been last year's budget. So now 2 years in a row, these employees who work at the courthouse and in county government were denied raises, yet the office holders are going to get a 10 or 13% raise this year. So with that being said, Mr. President, thank you for your indulgence, and let everyone just vote their conscience. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in an affirmative. I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. What purpose does Senator from Cabell seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we return to the second order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have with us today one of the more distinguished alumni of our chamber here. Our Commerce Secretary is seated in the President's Gallery, Mr. Ed Gaunch. I'd like him to stand and be recognized and get a warm welcome from the members.
Bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 635, requiring State Fire Commission to propose rules for sprinkler protection in basements of certain buildings. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Maynard moved to amend the bill on page 3, section 5.
Senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 635 requires the State Fire Commission to promulgate rules relating to sprinkler protection. The committee substitute reported to the Committee on Government Organization, among other things, required basements in new buildings to be protected by an approved automatic sprinkler system. Although the fire code and any rules promulgated by Senate Bill 635 would not apply to 1- and 2-family dwellings, there was some concern that rules requiring basements to be sprinklered might affect certain residential structures such as multifamily townhomes, and as a result thwart development in areas in the state where water lines to charge sprinkler systems are lacking. The amendment strikes out the subdivision of the bill that requires sprinkler systems in basements exceeding 2,500 square feet and reformulates subsection H of section 5, alleviating the concern about residential development being stymied. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the senior senator from the 6th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed, and the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 635, requiring State Fire Commission propose rules for sprinkler protection in basements of certain buildings. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 635 requires the State Fire Commission to promulgate rules relating to sprinkler protection, specifically requiring automatic sprinkler systems in buildings begun after July 1st, 2021 that house emergency fire, rescue, or ambulance services. The bill exempts from sprinkler requirements, however, emergency service buildings that house only equipment and do not have designated sleeping quarters within them. Mr. President, I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 642, requiring legal advertisements by a state auditor be posted to central website. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator for the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 642 mandates the state auditor's office to set up a public notice database, and effective July 1st, 2022, requires the state and its agencies to publish all required legal notices on the database, which will be on the auditor's website. The notices will also be required, however, to be published in newspapers in the state pursuant to the current code. The bill mandates that the state auditor to propose rules implementing the database, setting up forms and procedures for submitting information and notices to the database for the verifying publication. Finally, the bill requires the state auditor to report annually to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance regarding the database and its use. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 661, permitting retailers to assume sales or use tax assessed on tangible personal property. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would allow a vendor to absorb into the purchase price any consumer sales or use tax levied on a purchase. The bill requires the business or vendor to keep records and remit the absorbed tax to the tax commissioner. It also repeals the current criminal penalty, which precludes a retailer from advertising such practice. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Finance moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 663, providing fee for processing of criminal bonds. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 663 amends a single section of the state code. It's Chapter 50, Article 3, Section 2. Article 3 is magistrate courts. The amendment in Section 2 adds a couple new fees. that are charged by the magistrate court in connection with bail. There's a $25 fee for processing bail and a $10 fee for processing a bail piece. The funds that would be collected are dedicated to the county courthouse facilities improvement fund. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 677, relating generally to minor safety, health, and training standards. Third reading of the bill.
Question for the Senate is passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 677 amends a number of sections in Chapter 22A, Articles 1, 2, and 9 of that chapter. Article 1 is the Office of Minors Health, Safety, and Training. And the other articles also related to the same general area of the law. The bill, as long as it is, it's 36 pages, really does just a couple of things. It changes the process when there's a termination or removal of an employee. And it requires that the director, it authorizes the director to terminate an underground mine inspector without first petitioning the Board of Coal Mine Health and Safety. But after removal from employment, the underground mine inspector would have 15 days, and he or she can request a hearing, and a hearing before the Coal Mine Health and Safety Board. And the bill sets out the procedures for the hearing, provides that the board may then determine whether the underground mine inspector's removal should stand or he should be reinstated. And the removal becomes permanent if the mine inspector who's removed doesn't request a hearing within 15 days. There's technical cleanup in the language. It doesn't change the standard for termination. It preserves the current law, which is there has to be good cause for termination. We're not making it easier to terminate people. It just changes around the process that's followed when that occurs. There was also some language in the committee substitute that struck the requirement of knowledge of LAMP. Let's see if I can find that. Was an element required for training in the definition of one of the jobs. Shot fire, I think it was in that definition. Let me find it. The flame safety lamps. For certain jobs, in current law has a requirement for knowledge of flame safety lamps. And the testimony we heard in the committee when we considered it is that that language could be removed because those devices are no longer used in the mining operations. Be happy to try to answer any other questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question for Senate is passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 695, providing procedures for decreasing or increasing corporate limits by annexation. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bear with me. Advance the bill to third reading. Read the bill third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 695, providing procedures for decreasing or increasing corporate limits by annexation. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 695 limits the maximum size and area of a municipal minor boundary adjustments, thereby, in effect, defining the term minor. It limits minor boundary adjustments to 1 in a 5-year period. The bill also amends the procedure for decreasing a municipality's corporate limits, requiring that each person or business affected by the decrease consent to the change before they may be included in it. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 702, relating to involuntary hospitalization, competency, and criminal responsibility of persons charged or convicted of certain crimes. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 702 is a comprehensive rewrite of the provisions of law which relate to, for adults, competency to stand trial and persons who've been determined by a jury to be not guilty by reason of mental illness. Senators who were here last year will remember we grappled with this issue in legislation last year and never could really achieve a bill that was ready for launch to the House of Delegates, except for a bill that did created a statutory study group and required the study of the issue and participation by lots of people. This bill, committee substitute for 702, is the product of that work group, work actually that began before last year's bill, but it amends a number of sections, all of them in Chapter 27, Article 6A. It repeals one section, adds one new section, also in the same article. But, Mr. President, the summary, I guess I would give is it's designed to modernize our procedures, our court procedures, our evaluation procedures, and our hospitalization procedures, again, for adults, persons who've been determined to be incompetent to stand trial. These are people who are accused of crimes but are not competent to stand trial, and persons whom a jury has decided should be, the verdict is not guilty by reason of their mental illness. And This bill tries to balance all of the really complicated and important questions, constitutional and questions related to public health and safety, balance what you do with persons who have had those determinations made, how long it's done for. It addresses what we will do to try to restore people to competency, how long we will lock them up in a hospital to try to restore them to competency so that they can stand trial upon a charge. If they're found not guilty by reason of mental illness, how long they remain incarcerated in a hospital and under what circumstances they can be released, and to whom they could be released or discharged if it's appropriate to do that at all. So this bill creates what we've tried to do, particularly with that last classification of people, is leave it in the control to the extent possible of the circuit judges, the judges who handled the original criminal cases from which these citizens, these persons, were adjudicated or found not guilty by reason of insanity or determined to be not competent to stand trial. Over the course of this last year, Mr. President, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and recognize the hard work that was done on this by a number of people, including representatives of the DHHR, the Secretary's office, the director of the hospital at Sharp, Dr. Justice, county prosecuting attorneys, and there were more than one. Perry DeChristopher, though, is one I should mention who actually testified before our committee. Circuit judges in the Supreme Court were also involved. There are a lot of really important questions of how the legal system responds in these circumstances that we had. We have had the benefit of some very talented and dedicated people to assist us with crafting this legislation. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer any specific questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 711 relating to school aid formula and minimum student enrollment. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 711 simply changes the minimum enrollment to 1,200 students in each county. Now, although this is simple, I know that there are some, and I know because there's been emails, who are worried about the effect this might have because of the changes we made to the school aid formula 2 years ago. I just want to make sure that it is clear. The language we passed 2 years ago affecting student numbers of 1,400 and less is still part of our state code. We are not changing it. We are not taking it away. That means counties that have less than 1,400 enrollment and over 1,200 will still get that 10% bump. The only effect of this bill is putting a base enrollment of 1,200. So if a county has less than 1,200 student enrollment, we will fund them at 1,200 student enrollment. So I believe it only affects 3 counties. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 717, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to West Virginia Community and Technical College Education Control Account. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation realigns spending within the West Virginia Council for Community and Technical College Education by reducing the Community College Workforce Development appropriation by $2,500,000 and increasing the West Virginia Council for Community and Technical Education by the same amount. This supplemental has a net zero effect on its agency's budget. Mr. President, I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 718, relating generally to coal severance tax rebate. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, our members may recall that in 2019 we passed a bill allowing a tax rebate to coal companies who demonstrated an investment in West Virginia with purchases of new equipment, real property, and an increase in employees. We modified that last session to correct an oversight. This bill would further modify that. The changes would delete the reference to 2018 as a base year for calculation of the rebate and insert in its place an average of the immediately preceding 5 years. An average of the immediately preceding 5 years. It also further clarifies that there has to be an increase in production in coal production across all mines of the taxpayers, as well as an increase in full-time employees across all mines of the taxpayer. Additionally, the original bill provided that the rebate was only allowable for investments in new equipment. This bill would recognize the value of repair and refurbishment of equipment and allow that to be an allowable investment in the production of coal. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Putnam yield?
Will the Senior Senator from the 4th yield? Senator yields.
Sir.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not in the Finance Committee. What's the net effect on revenues of this bill when fully implemented? I didn't see a fiscal note on the system.
Yeah, there's no change on revenue with this.
So what's
Net
the
zero.
Is there any cost to us?
No.
Neutral revenues?
Neutral revenue.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marion.
Finance Chair, continue to yield.
Senators continue to yield. Senator yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, has this bill been ran before, or I mean, it seems like we've done this same procedure a year or two ago.
Yes, it was ran last year, and that there was some things I think that just got past us a little bit, and this goes to correct that so that it actually works the way it was intended.
So it did not work the way it was intended when we passed it a couple of years ago. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Mr.
By the
Chairman?
way that it was brought to me, that was my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the Senate recall House Bill 2260 from the House of Delegates.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 1, Protection of the Right to Bear Arms Amendment. The resolution was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the resolution?
Yes, sir. Senator Trump moved to amend the joint resolution by striking out everything after the resolved clause and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
So when the introduced resolution came to the Judiciary Committee, the committee adopted a committee substitute. It seemed to me and others in the committee that the introduced resolution was too broad, in that, in my reading of it, it prohibited all restriction on firearms by the state of West Virginia, including, laws that we've passed. So we adopted in the Judiciary Committee a committee substitute, which narrowed that and precluded essentially restrictions being imposed by municipalities or counties that are more restrictive or inconsistent with actions taken, regulations in place, or restrictions placed by the state. It was a much narrower prescription that we inserted into our committee substitute. The amendment I offer here on the floor, Mr. President, is essentially just the Judiciary Committee substitute to the resolution, and an amendment is necessary because when the resolution left the Judiciary Committee, it went to the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee substitute restored it to its original form, which I believe just to be too broad. So I would, Mr. President, urge adoption of the amendment. I understand that basically the chairman of the Finance Committee is going to agree to the adoption of the amendment, but I would never presume to speak for him on such question. But I would reserve the right, Mr. President, if necessary, to close debate.
Is there discussion? Does the senator from Morgan still wish to close debate? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered from the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the resolution?
No, sir.
The resolution will be engrossed, and the clerk will read the resolution a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 1, Protection of the Right to Bear Arms Amendment, third reading of the resolution.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Little to say. Articles are the Bill Rights, the West Virginia Bill of Rights, Article 3, Section 22, already recognizes the right in West Virginia to keep and bear arms. A person has the right to keep and bear arms for the defense of self, family, home, and state, and for lawful hunting and recreational use. That's Section 22, Article 3 of the West Virginia Constitution. If this resolution is adopted and then ratified by the citizens, it will make clear that a county or municipality of this state may not adopt an ordinance, an act, a resolution, or rule that is contrary to or more restrictive than state law governing the sale, transfer, possession, use, storage, taxation, registration, licensing, or carrying of firearms, ammunitions, or firearm accessories. That's the complete language. So it bolsters and protects the right with what is effectively constitutional preemption of local ordinances or rules, making it clear that any restrictions have to be adopted, can be adopted only by the legislature, the state government. Members who've been here a while will remember we have passed statutes that do this on numerous occasions over the years, Mr. President, when municipalities, mostly, not counties so much, but when some municipalities have passed ordinances that go way beyond state law in terms of restricting the right that is recognized and enshrined for citizens in Article 3, Section 22 of our state constitution, this will constitutionalize that preemption. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge the adoption of the resolution.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure I'm in the minority on this, but I want to stand up and talk just for a moment about one aspect of this bill that might be overlooked. And keep in mind that I'm a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. I own guns. I fully support the rights given to us by the state and federal constitutions. But I also like the ability to vote for people in my community who are going to make decisions to keep me safe in my city and in my county. I can vote for my city council person. I can vote for my county commissioner. But I can't vote for the senator from Morgan. I can't vote for most of the rest of you other than the senator from Brooks in my district. I think there's something to be said about having the ability to have more local control on any number of issues, including this one. Martinsburg is different than Matewan. There's a lot that goes on over in the Eastern Panhandle that doesn't happen in any other part of the state. There is the influence of Baltimore and the D.C. metro area that kind of floods over into that part of the state. That's much different than the rural parts of West Virginia. Weirton is different than Welch. And I hate to take away the ability of local officials to address issues of public safety. And I hate to see so much power being consolidated here in Charleston. I think it's somewhat arrogant for us in this body to believe that we know better than local leaders that are elected by people in their cities and their counties. And so I would just ask and urge all of you to think about that and think about how much power, not only with this bill, but with other bills we are bringing down here and consolidating and taking away from the communities where we reside and where our constituents reside. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to touch briefly because of what the senator from, I believe, Ohio, was just talking about, and just point out something that part of the reason why we incorporate certain rights in our state constitution is because these are basic human rights, and the right to keep and bear arms to defend yourself and your family and your community is a basic human right. And so it's our job at the state level to guard those basic rights. And unfortunately, sometimes at the local level, politics can get so heavily involved in questions like this that it's necessary for us to put in writing what it is that these local officials can and can't do, because at the base of the whole thing, this is a basic human right that we're talking about, and a local community simply does not have in any reading of the natural rights of man, the ability to restrict those rights. So this is a good approach to say we are not going to allow local communities to infringe on human rights, and to restate that in our Constitution I think is important. So I urge adoption.
Further discussion? If not, Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to close debate, I would echo the remarks made by the distinguished senators, both of them in some degree, Randolph and Ohio. I like the idea of local control, Mr. President, on many questions. I think that's a really important principle to efficient and effective government. But to the point just made very well, in fact, by the senator from Randolph, not on constitutional questions, Mr. President. This is a fundamental constitutional right. It's in our Bill of Rights, it's in our Constitution, the right to keep and bear arms for those purposes. And so in that regard, it is the same as the right of free speech, the right of the free press, the right to practice religion of a person's choosing. On none of those, Mr. President, would I think it would ever be appropriate to have a city or a county have the ability to pass an ordinance to restrict the right. And so I support passage of this, the adoption of this resolution.
Question for the senators, shall the resolution be adopted? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the resolution adopted, and the clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the resolution.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 7, Motor Vehicle and Other Personal Property Tax Reduction Amendment.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 9, Disabled Veterans Exemption from Ad Valorem Property Taxation Amendment. Third reading of the resolution.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senate Joint Resolution 9 is adopted and placed on the ballot for people to vote on it, and they so chose, to authorize the legislature to enact legislation allowing an exemption of up to 100% of taxes on real property or a mobile home if it's used as a residence that is owned wholly or in part by a U.S. military veteran with a 100% service-connected disability. Then we would have those veterans who are 100% disabled have their residence exempt from that property tax. The proposed amendment will be placed on the ballot in November 2022 in the general election. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the resolution be adopted? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the resolution adopted, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 10, limiting the terms of members of the House of Delegates and Senate amendment. Third reading of the resolution.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. If adopted by the people of West Virginia and in this body, Senate Joint Resolution 10 would limit members of the Senate to no more than 3 consecutive terms and limit members of the House of Delegates to 6 consecutive House terms. The proposed amendment would be placed on the ballot in the 2022 general election. The provision would become operative January 1, 2025, and would apply only to terms begun thereafter. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the resolution be adopted? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the resolution adopted, and the clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2003, relating to the authority and obligations of the governor and legislature when in declared states of preparedness and emergency. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to withdraw the Government Organization Committee amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there further amendments?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee received the bill after the Committee on Government Organization, and the committee adopted a strike and insert amendment, which is before us here. It amends Section 2 of Article 5 of Chapter 15 and Section 6 of Article 5 of Chapter 15. And Article 5 of Chapter 15 is Division of Homeland Security, and it includes the Emergency Powers Act. So let me just go through quickly what the Judiciary Committee amendment does. It adds new definitions for state of emergency. That goes in Section 2. State of preparedness. That is in Section 2 also. And it divides out 2 kinds of states of preparedness. One is a Class 1, one's a Class 2 state of preparedness. We learned, much to my surprise, I didn't know this before, but during our discussions with the executive about this, they've used state of preparedness, the state of preparedness law that already exists in the books, to prepare for such things as the Boy Scout Jamboree that was held in Fayette County a couple years ago. And so while generally we all think of disasters or emergencies, that's not always the case. So new definitions there. And then the big changes are, and there aren't really big changes. The changes are in Section 6 under the Emergency Powers Act. There are findings about the current pandemic and what we've learned. But when you get into the meat of the bill, what it provides makes clear, first of all, that no executive order can be supersedes or can suspend or supersede any provision of our Constitution. So I believe that to be the case whether the bill says it or not, but the strike and insert amendment does specifically say that. As is the case with current law, Mr. President, a state of emergency or a state of preparedness can be commenced by proclamation of the governor or the adoption of a concurrent resolution by both houses of the legislature. State of emergency or state of preparedness under current law can begin in either way, and that's preserved in the bill. State of emergency or state of preparedness terminate under current law when a governor issues a proclamation terminating it, or when the legislature passes a concurrent resolution terminating state of emergency. That can happen under current law. Without this bill, it's preserved in the bill. The bill requires that a gubernatorially proclaimed state of emergency, I'm sorry, I said bill, I'm referring to the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment before us. When a gubernatorially proclaimed state of emergency is issued, it expires after 60 days from issuance of the executive order unless prior to the 60th day, the governor provides written notice to the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, and the Joint Committee on Government and Finance that in his or her opinion, it's necessary to extend the state of emergency. If the governor extends the state of emergency beyond 60 days, he or she shall thereafter, no less frequently than 30 days, provide the same notices. And it requires a governor must provide timely written responses to any inquiry from the president or the president of the Senate or the Speaker of the House or the Joint Committee. It says a state of emergency, whether proclaimed by the governor or by the legislature, terminates on a proclamation by the governor or the passage by the legislature of a concurrent resolution terminating it. States of preparedness, the same thing, but the time limitation there is 30 days. And then it talks about a total of 90 days when there is a state of preparedness that is followed by a state of emergency. It requires the same compliance with the procedure I just outlined, if it's to continue beyond that. It requires that a proclamation or resolution issued under this section must include, 1, a description of the facts and circumstances warranting the proclamation or resolution, 2, a designation of the geographic area affected. It provides that the governor would, as he has in this case, disseminate the information immediately to the media, let the citizens know as soon as possible, Mr. President, we're in a state of preparedness or a state of emergency. It says that as long as we're under a duly proclaimed state of emergency or preparedness, the governor has the following additional powers. So these are the governor's powers under the state of emergency, and they're already in current code. Basically, there's some minor modifications to these, but it's largely the same powers that exist in current law. There are some changes. For instance, in the suspension of transportation of alcohol, explosives, or combustibles, we add language in this to make it consistent with, I think it was Senate Bill 498, Senator from Logan's bill. Explosives and combustibles do not include firearms, ammunition, components of ammunition. In other words, we're making it clear that the constitutional right we just talked about, the freedom to keep and bear arms, is not suspended during a state of emergency. And so that's protected. The strike and insert amendment says that during any state of preparedness or state of emergency, an executive order of the governor may not close churches or other houses of worship or prevent their operation in any manner that is more restrictive than the least restrictive rules in place for the operation of the most essential facilities of government or private enterprises. So, why is that in there? We all know the governor issued no order, no executive order during the current pandemic, the COVID pandemic, closing churches. He did not. They never issued an order closing churches, and his decision on that was correct, at least in my opinion, and sufficiently correct that we make it part of the law. No future governor is going to have the power to close churches during a state of emergency like that. Again, prescribed authority includes suspension of any sale or transfer of firearms, nothing to interfere with or impair the operation of the news media. It says here in subsection J, unless expressly authorized by an executive order of the governor, a municipal, county, or state health officer shall not take any enforcement action which is not authorized by statute under color of law by the proclaimed state of emergency. So I'll just say a word on this, Mr. President. And as I mentioned on the floor, earlier when we were considering other legislation, our health officers have been heroes in this crisis, literally and truly. Now, there have been a couple of occasions where I'll say there was some overzealousness, perhaps. What this is saying is a health officer has all the authority they have under current law. They don't get any additional authority by virtue of the fact that the state is in a state of emergency just as a result of that proclamation, unless there's additional authority conferred upon them by an executive order of the governor. And in that case, what we're saying is any additional powers or authority to a health officer must be derived by an executive order of the governor. We make clear in this amendment that any suit challenging an executive order or a state of preparedness or under a state of preparedness or state of emergency has to be filed in the Supreme Court. It has to be a petition for mandamus or prohibition, and it suspends, the bill would suspend the provisions of 5517(3), which is the section of code that says before anybody can sue the state, they have to give 30 days notice to the Attorney General. And so for this, we're saying for a suit that a citizen might file or someone might file in the Supreme Court to challenge an executive order, the 30-day waiver, the 30 days is waived. They could go ahead and file the suit. The Judiciary Committee amendment makes this applicable to circumstances constituting a state of emergency or state of preparedness initially proclaimed after the date of the amendments, and not the current COVID-19 state of emergency. So I'll just pause there, I guess, Mr. President, and say I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. I understand this is different from the House bill, and I think the plan is to get this passed in this form and then see if the houses can reach an agreement. But I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Ehlenfeld moved to amend the Judiciary Committee amendment.
Senator from Ohio.
I did make that amendment. I would prefer to ask the Senator from Oregon some questions before I pursue that, if that's...
Senator from Oregon yields. Senator yields.
Certainly.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Senator, I just want to make sure I understand the differences between the amendment that you've just described and the version that came out of GovOrg. So that's where my questions are headed. As I understand the amendment that you just described, if we find ourselves in a state of emergency, the governor would be able to, after 60 days, extend the state of emergency by putting something in writing to the Senate President, the Speaker, and the Joint Committee on Government and Finance.
That's exactly right. And that is different from the bill is, I don't remember whether the Committee on Government Organizations amended it or whether they just sent to us the original House bill, but it's different from both.
And if the governor were to send such a letter seeking to extend it under the amendment that you just described, he would have to send a letter every 30 days thereafter if he wanted to continue to extend the state of emergency.
Yes, sir. Senator's understanding is same as mine as to what the amendment does on that.
And the state of emergency wouldn't end until the governor says it ends, or unless the legislature were to pass a concurrent resolution ending the emergency. Is that your understanding?
Yes, if the Judiciary Committee amendment is adopted. And that I believe to be consistent with current law and inconsistent with what came from the House of Delegates originally.
And just so I understand, if the legislature were to desire to pass a resolution declaring an end to the state of emergency, would the legislature have to come into session in order to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, comparing it to the version that we discussed in GovOrg the other day, the bill in that form specifically says that the state of emergency can only be extended if the legislature agrees.
I think that's right. And I don't think I have the GO amendment in front of me here if there was one, and I think that's correct as to the House bill as well, the original House bill.
And in that same bill, the legislature could condition or limit or restrict the directives issued by the governor.
Say it again, please. Legislature could what?
The legislature, in addition to having the authority as to whether or not to extend the state of emergency, the legislature could, and I'm reading the language directly from that version, condition, limit, terminate, or expand any directive of the governor.
Well, let me see. I do have a copy of the engrossed committee substitute from the House. So here's what the House bill said, the engrossed House bill, that in no case shall a state of emergency last longer than 60 days unless the legislature, by passage of a concurrent resolution, shall extend the time period of the state of emergency. Is that what the senator's referring to?
Yes, that, and then it goes on to talk about what else the legislature could do. In addition to extending the state of emergency, it could also condition.
I found it. The legislature may also condition, limit, terminate, or expand any action or directive made either by the proclamation of the governor relating to the state of emergency or any executive order issued as a result of such proclamation. Is that what the senator's referring? Yeah, it's there. That's in the House bill. And
Gotcha.
it's not in the amendment that is the pending question here.
And so just so that I'm clear and everyone else is clear on the differences between the House version and the version we're considering now, the version we're considering now would, well, let me ask one more question. I saw in the amendment that the governor's powers would actually be expanded. There'd be some additional powers he would get under your amendment. Is that fair?
There is, in a couple of couple of areas, there was a limit. The current law says the governor has the authority during the state of emergency to suspend a regulatory statute. We strike the word regulatory. So the answer to your question is yes. It would give the governor broader authority to suspend a statute. And it's a great point, and let me make an explanation as to why. if I can, or what the argument for it is. You know, one of the things the governor did during the current COVID pandemic, and it's interesting, we thought it was such a good idea that we've codified it and made it permanent law now, but he suspended the operation of the statutory requirement that a person appear in person before a notary public in West Virginia to have a document notarized. He suspended that. You know, and I'm sure they've struggled with this. Is that a regulatory statute? I'm not sure. You know, it's a statute that deals with acknowledgments of documents. So anyway, to answer your question, yes, we expand those powers a little bit.
And in addition to what you just described, I also see that on the page 7 of the amendment that's being considered, it also allows the governor to make purchases, which doesn't appear to have been in a previous version.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And so tell me if I'm right here, in doing the comparison between what we're considering and what came over from the House, the House version would allow the legislature to decide whether or not the state of emergency would require that the legislature decide if the state of emergency were to continue or not.
Your question is, does the House version require the legislature to decide whether it continues or not? And the answer to that, I believe, is yes. That's how I read it. And the Judiciary Committee amendment does not. Would allow a state of emergency to continue, you know, until one of two things happens. The governor terminates it or the legislature terminates it. And if, you know, the members of the legislature felt strongly enough about it, if we're not in session, then it requires, as you know, under the Constitution, the application of 3/5 of the members of both houses. And in that circumstance, the governor is required always to convene the legislature. But, you know, that wouldn't be necessary if the legislature is in session, which we are now. You know, I think this legislature could, by concurrent resolution adopted by both houses, terminate the current emergency by concurrent resolution under the current law.
And so the House version leaves more of the power with the legislature to make decisions to restrict the power of the executive and to determine whether or not the emergency should be extended, whereas the amendment that we're considering expands the powers of the governor, gives him more discretion, and also makes it clear that it wouldn't apply to the emergency that we find ourselves in now.
The Senate amendment under the Judiciary Committee amendment under consideration now is prospective only. And on the other general descriptions of the differences between the two that you just sort of went through, I think your characterization is largely fair. I would just say only that, you know, that the House version of the bill, insofar as it purports to require the governor to convene the legislature in order for a state of emergency to continue, walks right up to, if not walks across, the constitutional line that says that when the legislature is not in its regular session, it's being convened is one of two ways: governor in his discretion at such time as he chooses, or he must on the application of 3/5. So it's an artful, relatively artful way. You know, I don't think we could pass a statute that says the governor is required to call the legislature into session. I think such a statute would be just flatly unconstitutional. But, you know, and the House bill doesn't exactly do that. It says that certain things happen if the governor doesn't. And one is a state of emergency ends which actually makes me nervous a little bit, you know, because there are lots of things that happen when the state is in a state of emergency. As we know, as a result of the current COVID pandemic, there's lots of federal money that has been liberated by the Congress and the president. I don't know if that would all be landing here if we weren't in a state of emergency. If we set up in statute a procedure or a situation where it just automatically is canceled or ends without either the governor or the legislature acting affirmatively to do that, that makes me a little nervous.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. President.
Repeat your statement again. I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Those are all the questions I had for the senator from Morgan. If I could have just a moment with regard to my amendment.
Senator, be at ease. Amendments to the amendment. Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I withdraw my amendment.
Senator from Ohio wishes to withdraw his amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
No, sir.
Now we're on the amendment. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed, and the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2003 relating to the authority and obligations of the governor and legislature when in declared states of preparedness and emergency. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. I don't think I need, the bill now is the strike and insert amendment that we just adopted, so nobody in the room needs or wants to hear me explain it again. I would like to take a moment, Mr. President, if I could, just, first of all, with respect to this bill, I don't think any of us have yet seen what will be a final version of it. What we've done is different from the House. If we can pass it back to the House, I don't know whether it would end in a conference committee, but or whether the House, you know how the rumors swirl around the building. There's some belief that the House may not be fully supportive of the amendment we just adopted or the bill in that form. And so that's going to play out, I hope, as it will, I hope with cooler heads, rational thoughts. And that's what I'd like to talk about right now, Mr. President, if I can. Here we are. We're in the run-up to, the Easter Sunday, Good Friday, the crucifixion, then resurrection of our Lord. And it's a good time, I think, just for a moment, for us to pause and, there are many things that we all grieve and are sad for. The senator from Upshur mentioned the exact number. I think it was 2,680, I think. It's the number of West Virginians we've lost to COVID now. And we're all sorrowful about that, as we should be. At the same time, we have much to be thankful for. We have a great many things as we approach Easter to be thankful for, even even in connection with this horrible pandemic, this global pandemic. And, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been worse here in West Virginia than it was in many other places in this country and in the world, and is now. And we should be thankful that we've been spared that, even as we, you know, mourn those who are gone. I think it's appropriate that we talk about the governor. I don't mind saying it here on the floor. I know this is controversial. I think he's provided good, strong leadership for this whole state during this pandemic. I do. I think, and part of my perspective, I guess, comes, I live in the part of West Virginia where my house is 5 miles from Maryland, 15 miles from Virginia, and 8 miles from Pennsylvania. And I saw the responses of the governors of those states, and when you look at what happened in those states, our governor has seemed measured and careful and balanced by comparison. And then some of the governors in some other states, you know, off the charts. I have to believe that some of the successes that we've had are attributable to the leadership that Governor Justice provided. And he has sought and utilized the counsel of Clay Marsh and many others. And I know all of the decisions that he's made are not popular. And, you know, I'm a Monday morning quarterback just like everybody else. There are things that I didn't agree with along the way, but I will tell you this, every time during the last year that I called the governor's office about some question or some issue related to executive orders for a constituent, I got an immediate response. I got a call right back if I couldn't get somebody right away. And, you know, I'm sure that when this is all over, Mr. President, the governor will, in retrospect, say maybe there are some things I should have done differently or I would do differently. But I don't know, for my part, and that's why I, you know, support the passage of this bill. The governor's done a good job leading the state through the soup. And we're not out of the soup yet. I wish we were, but we're not. But I'll tell you how I think, something that I think shows that he's done a good job. You know, we're here now for 50 days. During the last 50 days, this legislature could have passed a statute, taken up and passed a statute that countermanded any executive order he's issued. And we haven't. In fact, there hasn't been one that's reached or passed either house. In fact, what we've done is the opposite. We've taken what he had in some of those executive orders and we've said, these ideas were so good, we've codified them and made them permanent, you know, with respect to, and some of them we're going to do more, but our conversation just a little while ago was about the notaries. So, notaries public. I think we have to be careful in altering executive powers. Our predecessors in these seats, 1953 is when the Executive Powers Act was passed the first time in the legislature. And to points that have been made here by others, I don't know whether they thought about pandemic or not. I'm relatively sure they were probably thinking about nuclear attack. You know, they're 8 years at that point, 8 years after the end of World War II. Of course, floods and natural disasters, other things. You know, we don't know what they are, but there will be disasters and emergencies that strike West Virginia in generations to come that we can't anticipate now. We don't have that crystal ball. So our predecessors in 1953 realized that, wonderful as it is, the legislature is a pretty blunt and deliberate instrument. You know, we tear over words and commas in committees and work for days and days on those questions. In an emergency, you need flexibility, adaptability, speed. And that's the executive. It's not the legislature. It's the governor. It's the executive branch. And so we must be mindful not to do anything in the Emergency Powers Act, in my opinion, that would impair the ability of a future executive of West Virginia to deliver for the citizens of this state the kind of effective, swift response that we've got from the current executive. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Senate language in the way that was described by the Senator from Morgan. Throughout this last year, many of us were asked by our citizens, by our constituents, to get a reaction, react to what the governor is doing. Do it quickly. You need to do something. But to be quite honest with you, I've always said that we shouldn't do this until we're over the pandemic or we've seen enough of the pandemic to do this. When we gave the governor emergency powers, we thought that was for floods. We thought that were for different things that were a short period of time. None of us thought it was the pandemic. I think the way that the governor has handled this has been very, very good. And I agree with the Senator from Morgan. If I had a question and I had constituents talking to me regularly about this, they would answer a question, they'd give you a valid reason, and then they would take it to their group to talk about it and then come back to you. I think that's responsive government. I think the governor has done a very good job. I think this is a balanced approach on how we should look at this in the future. And I think the Senate should be proud of the product they're getting and they're voting on here. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority present and voting, having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Let's keep going. Clerk has a message.
The Clerk of the House returned committee substitute for House Bill 2260.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Question is on making the bill effective from passage. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? I'll wait. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of the members voting of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2267, establishing an optional bus operator and residence program for school districts. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill authorizes county boards of education to establish locally funded recruitment and training programs for prospective bus operators. Such programs are subject to certain conditions. The bill also provides the completion of the program does not entitle a participant to employment. The participant is still required to go through the application process detailed in Article 2. The amendment that we adopted yesterday also allows the employment of retired bus operators as substitutes in areas of critical need and shortage without affecting the monthly retirement benefit to which the retirant is otherwise entitled. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and I think the clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2495, relating to the filing of asbestos and silica claims. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2495 amends one section of the code. It's Section 4 of Article 7G, Chapter 55. Article 7G is the Asbestos and Silica Claims Priorities Act, We passed this a few years ago to prioritize the mesothelioma claims above all the others in asbestos litigation. This bill amends one section, and it requires some new information when a person files a claim, and it becomes operative with the effective date of this bill. But it's just information, and it's all seems normal. It's name, address, date of birth, marital status, occupation, smoking history, current and past work sites, current and past employers of the exposed person, et cetera, et cetera. There's a list of 8 different items that have to be provided when a plaintiff files a new asbestos claim. They have a duty to supplement the information, and it says the court on motion by a defendant shall dismiss a plaintiff's claim without prejudice as to any defendant whose product or premises is not identified. And so, and the court will dismiss an asbestos claim without prejudice as to defendants if the plaintiff fails to comply with the requirements of this section. So without prejudice means they can refile it. They just have to file it with the required information. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. I urge the passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2499, tax reduction for arms and ammo manufacturing, third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill relates to taxation for the manufacturing, sale, and use of firearms and ammunition. This bill is intended to encourage economic growth by attracting manufacturing companies to the state. There are 4 essential parts to the bill. The first part of the bill will implement property tax relief affecting these types of manufacturers. Provisions in the bill would place the value of certified capital addition to property for purposes of property taxation at the property's salvage value. Salvage value is 5% of the certified property's original cost, but the value of the land before any improvements is subtracted from the value of the capital addition. The unimproved land value is taxed at its full value. Qualified capital additions to manufacturing facilities will mean either 1, all real property and personal property, the combined original cost which exceeds $1 million to be constructed, located, or installed at or within 2 miles of a manufacturing facility owned or operated by the person making the capital addition that has a total original cost before the capital addition of at least $2 million. Or, number 2, all real property and personal property, the combined original cost, which exceeds $2 million to be constructed, located, or installed at the facility, or a combination of facilities by a single entity or a combination of entities engaged in a unitary business. Second part of the bill amends the formula for calculating the manufacturing investment tax credit. Manufacturers for small arms, ammunition, ordnance, and accessories will receive a special higher percentage credit rate. The increased amount is defined as 50% of the qualified manufacturing investment for eligible taxpayers against the corporate net income tax and the severance tax if applicable. The current rate of other qualified manufacturers is 5% of the investment. This credit is taken over a 10-year period at 1/10 per year. The third part of the bill creates a tax credit for federal excise tax imposed on small arms and ammunition. Small arms and ammunition manufacturing facilities are potentially eligible to receive a tax credit. To be eligible, a facility must make a qualified investment in a new or expanded small arms and ammunition manufacturing facility in the state and be subject to taxes imposed by the personal income tax or the net corporate income tax. Eligible taxpayers are allowed a credit against the portion of state taxes imposed that are a consequence of the taxpayer's qualified investment in a new or expanded facility, provided the qualified investment is at least $2 million. The maximum amount of the allowable credit is 100% of the amount of the federal excise tax paid in a year under Sections 4181, Title 26 of the Internal Revenue Code. The allowable credit is to be taken over a 10-year period, beginning with the taxable year in which the taxpayer places the investment in service, unless the taxpayer elected to delay the beginning of until the next taxable year. The election cannot be revoked. If any credit remains after the 10-year period, the amount is carried forward to each ensuing year until used or until the expiration of the 10th taxable year subsequent to the end of the initial 10-year period. After the 20th year, all remaining credit is forfeited. This portion of the bill includes numerous provisions concerning administration, enforcement, limitations, conditions, and qualifications. The bill allows the credit to be transferred under certain circumstances and requires record keeping, timely filing, periodic reporting to legislature by the tax department. The bill contains penalties for failure to keep required records and makes the credit subject to West Virginia Tax Procedure and Administration Act and West Virginia Tax Crimes and Penalties Act. The tax commissioner is authorized to promulgate rules, and the credit is effective for investments made on or after July 1, 2021. The fourth part of the bill exempts sales of certain defined small arms and small arms ammunition from state sales and use taxes. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, there's 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2808 removes salt from list and definition of mineral for severance tax purposes. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, House Bill 2808 amends the definition of natural resources to state specifically exempt from severance taxation salt that is produced solely for human consumption. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted into the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2852 relating to distribution of allowance for increased enrollment. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2852 modifies the allowance for increased enrollment by changing the deadlines for distributing the allowance to the counties. This bill would strike the required September distribution that's based on projections and provide for a full distribution on or before December 31st that's based on the actual increase in enrollment. However, the bill does not prohibit the state superintendent from advancing a partial distribution to a school district before the actual enrollment is available if the district requests it. The Department of Education is also required to notify the Joint Committee on Government and Finance and LOCIA whenever an advanced partial distribution is made. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Education moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3010 to extend the special valuation method for cellular towers to towers owned by persons not subject to regulation by the Board of Public Works. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3010 provides that if wireless technology property is not owned by a public service business and addressed under Article 6 of Chapter 11 of State Code, then the valuation and assessment of that tower is to be conducted under Article 3 of Chapter 11. Towers are assessed at a salvage value, which is defined as 5% of the original cost. The bill amends the definition of tower to include any tower that is constructed or erected on or after July 1, 2019. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bill's on second reading.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 2014 relating to the role of the legislature in appropriating federal funds. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would change a single new subsection in the bill. Currently, that subsection states that unanticipated federal funds received by the state for an existing program may be spent by the governor during a state of emergency up to $150 million if the emergency is flooding, forest fires, earthquakes, storms, or similar natural disasters. Any amount above $150 million would be subject to legislative appropriation. However, if the emergency was from civil disobedience, human-caused disasters, infectious disease, outbreaks, or similar public health or safety emergencies, then that $150 million threshold would not apply, and all the federal funds in this scenario would be subject to legislative appropriation. The amendment would apply that $150 million threshold to all emergencies enumerated within that section, not just the natural disasters. The only other change to the bill in this striking insert is to remove changes to Article 15, Article 5. This bill only added one small provision to that article, but the House Bill 2003, which passed earlier this afternoon, had several changes to that article. This amendment would remove any changes to Chapter 15, Article 5 in order to avoid any code conflicts. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator or Senior Senator from the 4th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced. That we've got. The bill will be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule that requires the bill to be read on 3 different days to be suspended, and that the bill be read a third time and placed upon its passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 different days, be suspended, and that the bill be read a third time, put upon its upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the member present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rules suspended. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2014 relating to the role of the legislature in appropriating federal funds. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2014 amends several sections of state code relating to the appropriation of state funds by the legislature as well as the governor's emergency powers. The bill clarifies the role of the legislature in appropriating federal funds received by the state. Under current law, federal funds received by the state when the legislature is not in session may not be spent without legislative appropriation except for funds for an existing program that cannot be reasonably anticipated. As amended yesterday, this bill would add a new subsection relating to the governor's authority to spend unanticipated federal funds received by the state. That subsection states that unanticipated federal funds received by the state, whether for an existing program or not, for costs and damages resulting from emergencies including but not limited to flooding, forest fires, earthquakes, storms, or similar natural disasters, civil disobedience, human-caused disasters, infectious disease outbreaks, or similar public health or safety emergencies that occur and are received while the legislature is not in session and that are declared by the governor as a state of emergency in excess of $150 million for any part or the whole of a declared emergency may be expended without appropriation by the legislature enacted following receipt of funds. Essentially, this section limits the governor's spending authority during a state of emergency to $150 million, and any amount beyond that is subject to legislative appropriation. This bill would require the governor to provide regular financial reports of proposed and actual expenditure of the funds to the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Delegates, the chairs of both the Senate and House Finance Committees, and the legislative auditor. The bill requires that copies of the Secretary of Revenue's annual report to the governor concerning the administration of the budget also be submitted to the legislature. The bill would also require the Secretary of Revenue's monthly reports to include the proportion of amounts collected, amounts compared to estimates. The Secretary of Revenue's annual consolidated report of federal funds must also include a detailed description of all federal funds anticipated to be received by the state during the remainder of the current fiscal year. The bill clarifies that unexpended general revenue appropriations do not expire at the end of the fiscal year that is immediately ended, but instead are reappropriated in the next fiscal year. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Finance moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on first reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2253 relating to forgery and other crimes concerning lottery tickets. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2888 relating to when contentions can be revived based on forensic scientific evidence that was not available at the time of conviction.
Bill be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 3081 updating the West Virginia Business Corporations Act. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senate be at ease. All right. Senate will come back to order. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Are there announcements? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee on the judiciary will meet this afternoon at 3 o'clock p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room 208 West Wing.
Are there further announcements? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet at 3 p.m. today in room 451M.
Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development will meet today at 2 p.m. 208 West.
Further announcements. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Further announcements. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Pensions shall meet today at 2 p.m. in 451.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned.
House will please be in order. Those persons not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman of the 5th, Doug Pethel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let us pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for giving us this opportunity to be here and assemble in this chamber and in the greatest country in the world. We just ask that everything that's said and done here would be in accordance with your will, be with those who are not as fortunate as us, be with those that are traveling today. Just give them safe travel to and from their destination. Be with our military, the men and women that protect us not only at home, but around the world. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
If members and guests will remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman of the 1st, Doug Zatezalo.
Will all members and guests please join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Tuesday, March 30th, 2021.
Gentleman of the 20th, Doug Brown.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and be approved as having been read.
The gentleman of the 20th, Doug Brown, asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that be approved as, having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On special calendar, third reading, committee substitute for House Bill 2224 has been transferred to the House calendar. And on House calendar, unfinished business, SCR 20 has been transferred to the special calendar. And on House calendar, special reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 439 has been transferred to the special calendar. Committee substitute for House Bill 2017 has been placed at the foot of all bills on third reading.
Introductions. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Michael Gray of Beckley. If we could please make the doctor welcome.
Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 53, encouraging certain facilities to improve palliative care programs. Reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted, that it be referred to the Committee on Rules.
The report to be received. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 437, extending contingent increase of tax rate on certain eligible acute care hospitals. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on March 30th, 2021, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee substitute for House Bill 2797, declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of the state, House Bill 2854, relating to the West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System, Committee substitute for House Bill 2855, relating to the Natural Resources Police Officers Retirement System, House Bill 2905, relating to repealing the prohibition against the use of certain words, and Committee substitute for House Bill 2621, mandating certain certification for certain members of fire departments, require certain types of training, allow specialized personnel who are not firefighters to be members of a department, and require the postings of fire department evaluations.
Message to be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 644, exempting certain persons pursuing degree in speech pathology and audiology from license requirements. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to with the recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Committee substitute for Senate Bill 551, revising forms of living will, medical power of attorney, and combined medical power of attorney and living will. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had in consideration Senate Bill 78, relating to rehabilitative spousal support, Senate Bill 359, informing landowners when fencing that may contain livestock is damaged due to accident. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 377, relating to extension for boil water advisories by water utility or public service district. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 514, providing criteria for Natural Resource Commission appointment and compensation, and Committee substitute for Senate Bill 518, relating to grounds for administrative dissolution of certain companies, corporations, and partnerships. Reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass.
That report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the executive.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Henshaw presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on March 30th, 2021, he approved Committee substitute for Senate Bill 469, Committee substitute for House Bill 2009, Committee substitute for House Bill 2372, Committee substitute for House Bill 2616, Committee substitute for House Bill 2682, House Bill 2709, and House Bill 2764.
The message will be received. Message from the Senate.
Clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed Committee substitute for House Bill 2024, expand use of telemedicine to all medical personnel.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2026 relating to the modernization of the collection of income taxes by adopting uniform provisions relating to the mobile workforce.
The message be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for House Bill 2260 relating to procurement of child placing services.
The message be received.
The Senate has adopted the conference report and passed committee substitute for House Bill 2263, update the regulation of pharmacy benefit managers.
The message be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House effective date on Senate Bill 67 relating to authority of Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council.
The message be received.
Senate has passed Senate Bill 307 relating generally to in-state tuition rates for certain persons.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 360 allowing poll workers to work full and half days.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has concurred in the House effective date on Senate Bill 390 reorganizing health care authority under DHHR and clarifying responsibilities for all payer claims database.
The message be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 470 limiting the release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 486 relating to powers and duties of Chief Technology Officer.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 492 establishing program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Energy.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 508 relating to public records management and preservation.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 530 establishing causes for revocation, cancellation, or suspension of business registration certificate.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 543 establishing Chuck Yeager Mountain State Medal of Excellence.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 641 allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 655 eliminating sunset and legislative audit provisions for certain PSC rules.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 657 relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses.
The message be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 668 creating psychology interjurisdictional compact.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 671 appointing Director of Office of Emergency Medical Services.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 674 clarifying that unpaid restitution does not preclude person from obtaining driver's license.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 684 adding Curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to the Library Commission.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 714 relating to Physician Assistant Practice Act.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 715 creating Recovery and Hope Act.
The message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources. Are there further messages from the Senate? If not, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 83, John Calvin J.C. Baker Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure, then the Committee on Rules, Petitions, Motions, Bills introduced.
House Bill 3313, making supplemental appropriation to the Division of Motor Vehicles.
Item the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated in the Delegate console system.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 20, supporting and celebrating centennial anniversary of Jones Act.
Question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. Clerk will report the next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 21, Spec 4, Dennis Harvey, Roberts Bridge, McDowell County.
Question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. Clerk will report the next resolution.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 55, studying the viability of creating a veterinary school in West Virginia.
Question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will report the next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 78, requesting an examination of juvenile proceedings.
Question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House on each of these resolutions to the Senate. Bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Modernization Amendment.
Are there objections to having this resolution explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody. House Joint Resolution 3 is before you and will be, if adopted, before the voters of West Virginia. The purpose of the House Joint Resolution is to enhance legislative authority concerning certain personal property taxation. The legislature is responsible for budgeting and spending state funds. This resolution is being proposed to provide the legislature with greater flexibility in governing these issues, which ultimately affect the budget. This resolution would begin the process to amend the West Virginia Constitution to eliminate certain constitutional rules and limitations governing the imposition of property taxes. Currently, there are 5 exemptions that are allowable in the Constitution, and with the provisions of this constitutional amendment, we're adding 4 items, which specifically are machinery, equipment, inventory, and as of yesterday, motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the resolution, and I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? The gentleman to 67th, Douglas Doyle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
This refers to the property tax, correct?
Correct.
And that, of course, is money that goes to local governments, to school boards, to county commissions, municipalities, etc.
Correct.
Is there any provision in the amendment, as it would go to the voters, to guarantee that the legislature would have to make up all of the money lost by those local governments?
No.
Thank you, sir. May I speak to the bill, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a wonderful idea. It would be a perfect concept if it included a provision making local governments whole, but it does not. And so I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
The gentleman to 32nd, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my colleague and chairman yield? This is fun.
Yes.
Are all of the caps on property taxes still remaining in the Constitution under this resolution?
Yes.
So none of that changes. None of those protections for the people and their property taxes changes.
Right. This only applies to personal property related to business, machinery, equipment, inventory, and motor vehicles.
And even with that, the caps that are in other places of the Constitution remains in effect.
Untouched.
Thank you.
Is there further debate on the resolution? The gentleman from the 36, Douglas Rose, recognized.
Would you answer correctly? So I'm clear on this. This amendment, if it passes here in the Senate, goes to the voters and is passed, will not affect those taxes. It will take legislative action to in any way change or alter those taxes, motor vehicle, equipment, inventory, and so on, correct?
Yeah, the gentleman brings up a good point, which I should have indicated. This simply gives the legislature the ability to do so if it is adopted by the voters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleshauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do we know what the total amount of the, if the legislature acted, what would the total amount of this reduction in our state budget be?
Well, again, to the gentleman from the 36th point, the legislature would have to act, and in the event that the legislature did repeal all of those or exempt all of those buckets, we're looking at about $400 million. But the legislature would have to, that would be the highest exposure.
Okay. Do you know how much that goes to our school systems?
I believe the chairman of finance might be better equipped to address that question.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Berkeley could yield?
Yes.
So,
yes.
how, assuming the legislature, assuming it passes and the legislature chose to enact these changes, how much would that result in cuts to school systems?
Well, let me just give you a breakdown of the total amount of collections for fiscal year 20. Fiscal year 20, we collected $1,926,252,785. And here is how those tax dollars are dispersed. The state will keep $8,085,538 out of that $1.9 billion. Counties will receive $516,794,297. Schools, through the local school aid formula, $1,271,672,567. And finally, the municipalities will receive $114,742,034.
So the answer to my question, if the legislature chose to enact both portions of this fully, would be a loss of $1,271,000,000 to our school system?
Not necessarily. All total, it's $400 million, but once again, this allows the legislature to decide at what, just to untie our hands and decide how that taxing authority will be in the future.
Okay, but that's the answer to my question is yes. It could be up to $1 billion.
Not necessarily.
271.
Not necessarily.
It's possible.
Anything's possible, but right now, what I'm saying is it's no more than about $400 million, and you're advocating that's the loss of $1.2 billion. That's not possible.
That's what you told me was the amount going to schools from this.
That's how much they currently receive through the school aid formula. But I'm saying to eliminate the machinery, inventory, and equipment tax is about $400 million.
And what about the hard tax? Yeah.
It's probably 80 to 100 million.
So wouldn't you add those together and get 1.2 billion?
400 million plus 80 million is 480 million.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So it's 400. That's what you think the potential risk is to school systems.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have some additional questions of the gentleman from Kanawha, if I might.
Sure.
Thank you. So what happened to the constitutional guarantee that all taxpayers are going to be treated equally? How is that adjusted in the amendment? Because this changes Article 10, right?
I don't think it speaks to that in the amendment before you.
But it would have to change that. Right now, there's a requirement that all taxpayers be treated equally, and this would be an exception to that, correct?
That's correct. There are currently exceptions in the code. This is just, again, adding 4 new exceptions to the existing 5.
Well, we'd be adding exceptions to our Constitution.
Correct.
So we would be changing the requirement that all citizens of like that have like kinds of property have to be treated equally. We'd be changing that.
We wouldn't, the people of West Virginia would.
First we would, then they would, and then we'd have the option to implement it.
If the people of West Virginia charge us with that responsibility, we would have that option.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the fourth, Dr. Zukoff is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chairman of Judiciary continue to yield, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So just to clarify on this bill, if it's passed today, we have 2 tax reductions possibly in front of us if it goes to if the residents of West Virginia choose to do so. Then we will come back as a body and decide whether we're going to give a business and inventory tax, and how much of a percentage, and whether or not we're going to give the people of West Virginia a personal property tax cut on their vehicles. Is that correct?
Those are policy questions that we could address at a later date if adopted.
But we will have to address those if this passes as unconstitutional, if this passes by the people.
No.
Well, can you explain that to me then?
Well, no, it's permissive. It gives the legislature the ability. It unties the hands of the legislature and gives us the ability to regulate the taxation of these 4 buckets of taxes. That's all it does. It gives us the ability. It doesn't require that we act.
Well, given that we have had this proposal for business and inventory tax for many years, I'm assuming that that's the main reason why we wanted this constitutional amendment to begin with, correct?
I just can't get ahead of ourselves like that, no. It's possible.
It's possible. Okay. So, but before us today, this bill actually allows us to give, if passed by the constitutional amendment, to give business tax breaks and personal property tax breaks to the residents of West Virginia.
Yes, it would permit further exemptions, yes.
Okay. And there is nothing within this proposal that would require us to make the counties whole, given the taxes that they would lose through this proposal?
Nothing in the joint resolution addresses that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman of 34th, Dr. Boggs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yeah.
Good morning. When the lady from the 4th asked the question about nothing in that resolution would require us to make counties whole, would there be anything that would prohibit us from making a future legislature, if this would pass, from making counties whole?
No, there's not.
So it would be up to this body they could make them whole.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, second question. The business and inventory tax, what's the break off here for who would get this? And I don't want an exhaustive list, but I mean, we've done precious little for small businesses. Is their inventory going to be exempted in this?
Absolutely.
How small?
Oh, I don't know what.
I mean, your neighborhood hardware?
Could be, yeah.
So that would be up to the legislature?
Absolutely.
So this body could come back and have the ability to actually give inventory relief to small businesses.
Yes,
because they're the ones that I've heard from that need it more than the large companies and corporations that I think this whole thing was geared toward to begin with.
Yes, this would apply equally across the board to all business.
So it would, and so let's see, this goes on the ballot.
Well,
if
depending on what legislation we pass, it would be on the ballot in 22.
So literally as early as 2023, the legislature could weigh in about fulfilling the need to make the counties whole, as well as including small businesses with some inventory tax relief.
As soon as 2023, West Virginia small businesses could see significant tax relief.
Thank you.
The gentleman of 10th, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is a House joint resolution, and it calls for a vote of the voters for an amendment to the Constitution. Is that correct?
Gentleman's correct.
And if we pass this bill, it goes to the voters and they vote. That's correct?
Correct.
And if the voters turn it down, what happens?
Then the legislature would not have the ability to alter these sorts of taxes.
So this basically is a resolution that gives the voters the right to decide what we're going to do.
That's precisely what it does.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman of the 35th wish to close debate on the resolution? If not, the question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 84 ayes, 16 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the resolution adopted. Clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute House Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Modernization Amendment.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title of the resolution will be as amended by the House. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2095, providing increased protections for the welfare of domestic animals.
This bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there amendments?
Delegate Graves moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Graves 3-30, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the lady from the 38th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to pull it up. So essentially, we're going to, on page 24, section 19, line 14, we're going to insert a new paragraph that says, allow the use of cocaine, fentanyl, heroin, methadone, methamphetamine, morphine, oxycodone, oxymorphone, or any anabolic steroid on any animal participating in any contest. And we'll renumber the remaining paragraphs. This is going to disallow the use of those drugs in animals in this state. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Clerk will please report the next amendment.
Delegates Zukov, Kessinger, and Griffith move to amend the bill. This is HFA Zukov, Kessinger, and Griffith 3-30.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, lady from the fourth to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does one simple thing. On page 26, section 19, line 3, this is regarding the tethering section of the bill. It will simply insert that to that tethering section that a tether is not attached to a collar that is designed to reduce the risk of harm to the animal. At home, I am a member of the Marshall County Animal Rescue League, and I also volunteer at our local animal shelter on a regular basis. And we oftentimes have animals that come in that have been tied up with a chain or have a collar that doesn't fit them or that has grown up around their skin because whoever has tethered them outside simply doesn't pay attention to the animal and their skin is damaged. So we offer this amendment to try to protect the dogs and animals that are tethered outside, and that's what the amendment does. It's very simple.
The question is on adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there a debate on the amendment? If not, yes, the gentleman of 22nd, Doug Jeffries, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield? With your amendment, I know they make a lot of breakaway collars now in case a dog jumps over a fence or don't hang itself or something like that. Would that include this type of collar to have to be used for dogs to be outside?
No, it doesn't. The language is kept specifically very vague, not to attach to a collar that is designed to reduce the risk of harm to the animal. So we're thinking properly fitted collars so that there's something attached and that a dog just isn't simply tethered outside with a chain around its neck or a rope around its neck, which could cause damage. It's very vague. That would really be up to the humane officer to decide if the collar was appropriate or not.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe if they decided that they didn't have a breakaway collar, could that be used against somebody to file charges against them?
I would think they wouldn't do that, but I guess that's a possibility.
I would hope not as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Chair is uncertain. Those in favor will please raise one hand. Thank you. Those opposed will please raise one hand. Ayes appear to have it. Chair declares the ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Clerk will report the next amendment.
Doggett Graves moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Graves 3-30, number 2.
Lady from the 38th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I move to amend on page 27, section 61.819D, line 14, for those that want to follow along, by inserting a comma after the word provided, and we're going to add based on breed, age, general health of the dog, and its ability to handle the environment. And on page 21, line 24, after dog in an amount not to exceed, by striking, we're going to strike 150 and add 100. Now I'm going to put that in plain language for you. So I do not want with this this bill, if we have a dog or an animal, that it's perfectly appropriate for it to be outside. For instance, like a Siberian Husky is not the same as a Greyhound. If it's appropriate for the breed, I am not willing to give discretion to a humane officer or anybody else to say that an owner can't keep their dog outside if it's appropriate. So that was not the intent of the bill, so we're adding this first part of the language to make sure that if it's appropriate, I've got no issue with an owner keeping an animal outside. And on the second part, I think it might be a little too punitive. If a breeder sells an animal to a purchaser and that animal was defective and because of the poor choices of the breeder, I don't think it's fair for the consumer to get more than what the purchase price of the animal was. I think it should be capped at the purchase price. Previously, before this amendment, you could have gotten 150% of your purchase price back. I think that's going too far. I would urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2095, providing increased protections for the welfare of domestic animals.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, Lady from the 38th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very long bill. I'm not going to touch on absolutely everything in it for the sake of our mental health. I'm going to cover some of the big changes, and I'll explain the reasoning behind the bill. We have not updated our animal welfare code section in a very, very, very long time. I'm talking about a comprehensive, we've touched a little bit here and a little bit there, but there has not been a comprehensive reform in just the longest time. So in order to bring us into the modern age, this bill makes a few changes. We're going to provide increased protection for the welfare of domestic animals. We're going to require facilities for the care of stray, abandoned, and surrendered animals. We define a bunch of vague terms in the bill. We update the duties of humane officers. We say that you have to have certain minimum standards for the operation of an animal shelter. We do require inspections. Establish sanctions for the violation of the standards of operation. This is, again, in our animal shelters. We do give a minimum definition of what care is for a companion animal. And we require dog breeders to provide written disclosure to purchasers, to have a minimum level of care to be provided by dog breeders. A lot of this bill does deal with breeding. We say when a dog is unfit for sale by a dog breeder, and we provide remedies if they violate the trust of a consumer. And we define some criminal penalties for people who break the standards that we've put out. Now, I will say, in defense of this bill, this was a work product of a lot of different people. Is everything in this bill exactly as I would wish it? No, not exactly, but I do think that it is a good overall product. We had animal shelters weigh in. We had humane officers who gave input, actually both ways. They corrected some things that went too far, and they put some things in that I hadn't thought of. We had animal rights groups. We had a lot of comment by them, most of which we didn't take, but we did take a couple of good ideas. And then we had some big national groups that wanted to weigh in as well. In fact, all of you got the email from the AKC, the American Kennel Club, who is supportive of this bill now that we've made a couple of minor changes, which you guys just agreed to the amendments. So in all, is it perfect? Probably not. Should we continue tweaking the section of code? Maybe. If something is not working in the future, rein it back a little bit, go a little bit further in this area? Yeah, we should, but this is a good first step, and I would urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Lady in the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Would the lady from the 38th yield?
Of course.
Do you have any idea, can you explain to us about the cost to the counties for the inspections? And I mean, has that been taken into consideration? You were saying that if you don't have a shelter, then you need to pay for shelter elsewhere. Can you just talk to us a little bit about that?
So a lot of our counties already who do not have shelters of their own, they contract with either private groups or with other counties for existing shelters. Sometimes there's trade agreements between them. There could conceivably be a cost if a county has no shelter, has no private group that is a lot of the private groups will contract for an incredibly de minimis amount. There could be, though, a cost if they don't have anything in place, there's no options for them in their county, and they're not willing to contract with a neighboring county. So I don't want to mislead you there. There could be a cost if that were the case, but I don't know why they wouldn't be willing to contract with a neighboring county.
Okay, and can you talk through, on the amendment that passed, can you talk through when it says where the animals aren't allowed to have certain drugs, if they're participating in a contest? So the definition of that, participating in a contest, that's not after the contest, right? So if an animal got hurt, they now can't have any of these pain medicines. That is, this is just before, and is there going to be drug testing? Or is there already?
So I think we have instances where animals are tested prior to a contest, and that was certainly the intent of the amendment. And rereading it, I do think that that is clear enough in the amendment that that's what we're talking about. Certainly, I mean, I think it would be just an incredible stretch for someone to think that you couldn't treat an animal in pain, even if it happened during a contest. If an animal injured a limb, I don't think that the amendment is worded in such a way that it would preclude that, and I don't think a reasonable person reading it would think that. But it's a good question.
I was just asking because recently when I was at a horse racing event, one of the horses did get hurt and was taken off in an ambulance, and I just wanted to make sure that we aren't saying if you're participating in a contest that then you can't be treated because I see all these pain medications listed. And you know, that's why we've exempted veterinarians from accessing the database, because they were choosing to not treat animals with pain medicine because it was such a hassle to do the.
I think it's an excellent question. I think we're good here.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure of that.
No,
Thank
I
you.
agree with you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Lady in the 38th, your vote's not registered. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 91 ayes, 9 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2095, providing increased protections for the welfare of domestic animals.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2370, provide that the public service districts cannot charge sewer rates for filling a swimming pool.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow for owners of swimming pools to not have to pay associated cost for sewage when the water used for the pool is not used in the sewer. Specifically, there will be an exemption in sewer charges for those who own swimming pools for pool water if that pool water is not discharged into the sewer system. In order for the owner of the pool to qualify, the individual must provide the dimensions of the pool that is being filled with water to the wastewater utility that is the political subdivision of the state within 30 days of filling the pool. The wastewater utility shall calculate the volume of the pool and shall allow an individual to use the amount of water necessary to fill their pool without being charged for the corresponding sewer charge that would normally be associated for the amount of use. The wastewater utility shall have the opportunity to inspect the pool of the individual applying for the exemption as to verify the dimensions of the pool to ensure accuracy and to verify the pool has been accuracy, period, before being drained, comma, before being drained into a storm sewer or up on the ground. This section only applies to privately owned swimming pools. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman the 10th, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the Vice Chairman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Is there a minimum size on pools that would be exempted?
The bill does not provide a minimum.
Does not provide any minimum, so an individual could call their Public Service Commission and have them come up and ask about a kiddie pool, for instance?
I suppose that could happen. That might get in difference between a 5-gallon bucket and a kiddie pool, but I believe the intent of the bill is for swimming pools, not a kiddie pool.
As a former city councilman, I've dealt with this in the past, and I see two sides of it. I see those individuals who want to fill a kiddie pool once a week, maybe just tormenting the dickens out of your Public Service Commission or your Public Service District. And on the other side of it, I had a 25,000-gallon pool at one point in time, and it got pretty expensive paying the sewage fee on it. So I see that side of it as well, but I question the fact that this bill does not have a minimum amount of gallons that would be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 absent. A majority voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 2370 provide that the public service districts cannot charge sewer rates for filling a swimming pool.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With summer approaching, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute House Bill 2488 relating to an occupational limited license.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to provide an occupational license that is limited under the provisions of this section to a driver whose operating privileges have been suspended. Occupational limited license, OLL, shall be issued to a driver after suspension for certain violations if reason for suspension was violating while driving. It shall not be if the reasons for suspension was while violating driving a commercial vehicle. The division will not issue OLL where prohibited by federal or operating privileges have been canceled, recalled, or revoked. A petition is required. The division shall promulgate rules requiring additional information as well as additional evidence to verify the information contained in the petition. Offenses where the petition are permitted include failure to respond to a citation, failure to attend a division hearing, non-payment of judgments. The petitioner must wait 3 months after suspension is served. There is a $10 fee. OLL would be permitted where the driver is not licensed to drive here or elsewhere, failed to take a required exam, unsatisfied judgment related to vehicle operation, commercial license disqualification, prior grant of this privilege in the last 5 years, use of alcohol related to a suspension unless interlock device has been applied and installed, or controlled substance possession or distribution, license revoked for certain offenses including meeting or overtaking a school bus, racing on highways, or any violations related to serious traffic offenses or related to accidents and accident reports. Failure to respond to a citation, failure to undergo special examination, failure to attend a hearing, license suspended for falsification of identification number, Title 18 convictions, or certain offenses committed during a period of limited license. Restrictions would include operating only the applicant can only operate a designated vehicle, can only operate the vehicle between residence and employment or school, for scheduled or emergency medical care, and they may not operate a school bus. A violation of restrictions is a $200 fine and revocation of the OLL. Affidavit is required, and there is an appeal process established in the bill. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there a debate on the bill? The gentleman of 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair Judiciary yield?
Yes.
Would this provisional license apply to one who lost a license to drive a bulldozer because they operated it on cannabis?
No.
No?
No, there is no driver's license related to operating a bulldozer.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sure.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2488 relating to an occupational limited license.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2592 require counties and municipalities to hold all local elections during statewide elections.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman has 30 seconds to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds language requiring all local or municipal elections, including levy elections, to now be held concurrently with a primary or general election. The bill contains provisions, as you heard in the amendment stage yesterday, to allow municipalities and levying bodies the opportunity to sync up their elections. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman the 5th, Douglas Pethel, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you very much for yielding. So the way I understand this bill, like if you have most of our school systems, or at least some of them, they have levy elections, and with if this bill passes, that would either have to be held when the state primary election is or the general election. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So they would, and for example, when we had the Roads to Prosperity bond amendment, that was a special election. I remember it was on a Saturday. We would no longer be able to have elections like that on days other than when the primary or the general elections held.
I think you might be mixing that up. I believe what you were describing is a state election. That would not apply here. This applies to municipal and county elections.
Okay, and that would be like for city council, mayors in those cities, those would have to be when the primary or the general is.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman the 45th, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman please yield?
Yes.
I just want to clarify something. So I know that my school board has a bond scheduled in January. If this would pass and the governor would sign it, would they have to change the date to line up with the state election?
So it would not affect this election coming up in January. The amendment that was passed by Delegate Statler yesterday addresses your concern. And so, now tell me again, when is your election scheduled?
I believe it's in January. It's a bond for the school board.
January of 2022?
Yes, sir.
You would have to hold, in your particular situation, you would have to hold a special election prior to that time, or it would have to be changed to the May primary.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady in the 4th, Douglas Zukoff, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Yes.
So just to clarify, one of the questions that was just answered, this will prohibit local municipalities and counties from holding special elections other than during our regular primary and general elections, but the state can hold an election anytime they see fit?
This bill applies to counties and municipalities.
But not the state.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The gentleman at 36, Douglas Rowe, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak briefly to the bill. I have great concern about requiring these elections for levies in a state primary or general election. The problem is that the levy gets lost in the process, and it's very important that people focus on what the issues are in the levy, and usually there are multiple issues. And if we require this to be done in a state primary or general election, the levy election will just be lost. So I think if you want to support your school boards and ambulance and different folks who have levy elections, you will oppose this bill. Thank you, sir.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 75 ayes, 25 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 2592 require counties and municipalities to hold all local elections during statewide elections.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2730 relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the state.
Are there objections having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 30th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The Federal Bankruptcy Code allows for a debtor to exempt certain property from the bankruptcy estate so that at the end of the bankruptcy, the debtor is not left penniless at the end of the process. The Bankruptcy Code provides that there is no state property exemption. A debtor may use the federal property exemptions. This bill allows a debtor in West Virginia to choose between the federal property exemptions under the Bankruptcy Code or the property exemptions provided under West Virginia law. This allows a debtor to choose the exemptions that best fit their needs. A number of states allow for this choice, and this bill is very similar to one that passed in Kentucky. That's a summarization of the bill. Happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain. Gentleman from the 10th, I got Chris, your vote's not registered. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2730 relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2751 modernize the process for dissolution of municipal corporations in this state.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows the state auditor to identify and remediate fiscal risks and fiscal emergencies associated with local governments. The state auditor may declare a local government under a fiscal watch or a fiscal emergency and allows the auditor to initiate corrective measures to remediate risks. This bill also provides a process for municipalities that they may be voluntarily or involuntarily dissolved and outlines the disposition of a municipality's assets. In the disposition of a municipality's assets, the state auditor would act as a special receiver and have the ability to place the municipality into bankruptcy if necessary. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2751, modernize the process for dissolution of municipal corporations in this state.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2876, modify the 5-year waiting period and 100-person minimum for an association health plan and to allow new flexibility granted under federal rules.
Gentleman 17th, Doug Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask unanimous consent to amend the bill on third reading.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The clerk will please report the amendment.
This is Delegate Rohrbach moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Rohrbach 3-31, number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 17th to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple amendment. It just changes the age from 25 to 26 on page 2, section 1A, line 27, to sync it up with the age of 26 for the Affordable Care Act. I'd urge passage.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman from 17th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Clerk will read the bill a third time as amended.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2876, modify the 5-year waiting period and 100-person minimum for an association health plan and to allow new flexibility granted under federal rules.
Gentleman 17th to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to allow multi-employer welfare arrangements to be formed by an association of employers who are in the same trade. These exist now, but we're lowering the membership from 100 to 50 people, and it provides standards to ensure that they're actuarially sound. This is to sync up with new federal legislation to permit these programs, and it will now give the Insurance Commissioner authority to regulate these plans through legislative rules to assure their actuarial soundness. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman 37th, Douglas Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for Rule 49.
Yes, under this set of facts as relayed to the chair by the gentleman, would the gentleman belong to a class of 5 or more individuals? Would be under that set of facts, if the gentleman does belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals similarly situated and potentially impacted by the bill, it would be the ruling of the chair. The gentleman should vote on the question. Is there further debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2876, modify the 5-year waiting period and 100-person minimum for an association health plan and to allow new flexibility granted under federal rules.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the 19th, Griffith, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for us to pause for a moment to recognize a former delegate who's present here today, Don Perdue. Many of you served many years with him, and he was a great servant to not just Wayne County, but also to the state of West Virginia. He's a friend and a great West Virginian, and I'd like us to thank and welcome Don Perdue.
Clerk has read the title on committee substitute for House Bill 2876. Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2884 to make changes to the FOIA law to protect public utility customer databases from disclosure with exceptions.
This bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there amendments? If not, are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time prior to the explanation.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2884 to make changes to the FOIA law to protect public utility customer databases from disclosure with exceptions.
The gentleman of 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds language to remove a utility company owned by a municipality or local government from the provisions of our FOIA law. The bill also allows such disclosures of some or all of this data in a limited number of circumstances and makes technical corrections. That's a summarization of the bill. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2884 to make changes to the FOIA law to protect public utility customer databases from disclosure with exceptions.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2908 relating the disclosure of information by online marketplaces from informed consumers.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a quick explanation, this bill is a consumer protection related bill. The bill provides a means for consumers who may have purchased counterfeit, defective, or stolen goods from online marketplace to seek relief through the Consumer Protection Office. The goal of the bill is to curb the rampant escalation of criminal activity via online marketplaces to sell items to innocent, trusting consumers who believe they are making good faith purchases of legitimate items that have been listed for sale. Congress recently passed legislation lowering the $10.99 threshold for third-party marketplace sellers to $600 of revenue, so online marketplaces will already be collecting this information from third-party sellers to comply with federal law. So House Bill 2908 simply requires online marketplaces to verify information they are already required to maintain and provide limited contact information to consumers regarding where the products are coming from. The bill protects legitimate sellers and small businesses by weeding out criminal sellers who peddle stolen, dangerous, and fake products from unsuspecting customers. Legitimate sellers will no longer have to compete against cheaper stolen versions of their own products sold online. Under the bill, a high-volume third-party seller is a participant in an online marketplace who is a third-party seller that in any continuous 12-month period during the preceding 24 months has entered into 200 or more separate and discrete sales or transactions of new or unused consumer products resulting in a total of $5,000 or more in gross revenue, and online marketplace is an electronically based or accessed platform that allows third-party sellers to engage in commerce of consumer products which hosts one or more third-party sellers. The bill requires third-party sellers within 24 hours of becoming a high-volume third-party seller to provide certain information to online marketplaces, including bank account information confirmed as accurate by the online marketplace or a third-party contractor, or if the high-volume third-party seller has no bank account, the payee for payments issued by the online marketplace. Also, a copy of a government-issued photo identification with name and physical address. If not an individual, a copy of a government-issued record or tax document that includes the business name and physical address of the high-volume third-party seller, and a working email address and working phone number for the high-volume third-party seller, and a business tax identification number. If the seller does not have one, the taxpayer's identification number. And disclose whether the high-volume third-party seller is exclusively advertising or offering the consumer product or products on the online marketplace, or if the seller is currently advertising or offering for sale the same consumer product or products on any other internet website. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, yes, the gentleman from the 50th, Doggett Ward.
Yeah, I request a ruling for 49 because I'm a third party.
The gentleman is a third-party seller?
Yes.
It would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would belong to a class of 5 or greater third-party sellers and therefore would be directed to vote on the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman the 10th, Doggett Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too request a Rule 49. My son is a third-party seller.
It would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would be directed to vote on the question. Gentleman the 48th, Doggett Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same request, same circumstances.
Be the same ruling by the chair. The gentleman would be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 29th, Doggett Steele.
Same request for my wife.
Gentleman just hereby directed to vote on the bill. Lady from the 35th, Doggett Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a Rule 49, but I do have a question if the Vice Chair will yield.
Yes.
Thank you. The verification, who is that going to? I guess, where are you sending your bank account information?
It is anticipated that it would be the host of the online marketplace
You just like.
for the verification purposes.
So are we making the marketplaces require this?
Only if you qualify with the requisite number of sales and the requisite amount of sale volume in dollars.
Which I think you said, and that was 5,000, is that right?
200 transactions and $5,000 per year.
Okay, and then in the bill, I'm sorry, I haven't spent a lot of time on this one. Are they required, do they have any requirements here that they have to keep the information or do anything specific with your data? Seems like it's all directed to the sellers, not the marketplaces. Oh, wait, I see something.
I'm advised that there is a requirement to keep the data for a reasonable business period in business practice.
Okay, and then how will they dispose of that data once they're done with it?
In the normal business practice of disposing of this data.
Okay, and they have to have a taxpayer identification number? What if they are under the threshold of what's considered a hobby? I think it's 10,000 in West Virginia.
Well, if they don't meet the qualifications to be designated as a high volume third party seller, then none of this would apply to them.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Gentleman to 56, Doggett Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Yes.
Now, I run an online business, but I use I guess it is a marketplace, so it's not like eBay or anything like that, but I have a company that lists everything online. But my transactions actually go through PayPal. So would this require me to give additional information to my online platform?
Only if you meet the qualifications of a high volume third party seller.
Okay, thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 75 ayes, 25 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2908, relating to disclosure of information by online marketplaces to inform consumers.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2918, relating to Family Drug Treatment Court.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw everybody's attention to a conversation we had a few days ago about our family drug treatment courts and how well they're doing in the southern part of the state. We started with a pilot project a few years ago, and it's gone so well, as the gentleman from the 26th alluded to a few days ago, that we're going to expand that program and hope that the Supreme Court implements it all across the state of West Virginia. I'll provide you with a summarization of what the bill does, and then I'll be happy to take questions about it. The purpose of the bill is to make permanent the Family Drug Treatment Court pilot program and to eliminate the ineligibility barrier for parents with prior involuntary termination of parental rights of another child. The bill eliminates the pilot program portion of this, which limits it to 4 circuits and makes it accessible statewide. The bill eliminates the requirement, again, of the pilot program and that the court must report by January 1st annually the legislative oversight to the Oversight Commission of Health and Human Resources Accountability regarding the legislation to enhance family drug courts. Finally, the bill adds a proviso that states that if the court determines that the parental rights of a parent to another child have been terminated involuntarily, the court in its sole discretion and subject to other eligibility criteria as established by the local Family Drug Treatment Court Advisory Committee may admit the parent to Family Drug Treatment Court. Mr. Speaker, this is a wonderful bill for West Virginia families, those that are struggling mightily. It is, I compliment Judge Thompson for spearheading this and would hope that everything on that board is green after we pass this bill. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2918, relating to Family Drug Treatment Court.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Clerk has a message from the Senate.
The clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate requests the return of engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2260 relating to procurement of child placing services.
Chair is advised by the clerk that the Senate would like to recall this bill, which we have already received, for purposes of changing the effective date. Are there objections to that request? There are no objections. House Bill 2260 will be sent back to the Senate. Please give our colleagues our compliments. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2927, adding caregiver expenses to campaign finance expense.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill adds caregiving services as a lawful campaign expense. Caregiving services is a defined term in the bill. The bill would conform West Virginia law with the current Federal Elections Commission practice of allowing certain caregiving expenses to be paid with campaign funds. Happy to take questions, Mr. Speaker.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 80 ayes, 16 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute House Bill 2927, adding caregiving expenses to campaign finance expense.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2997, adding a defense to the civil penalty imposed for a result of delivery of fuel to a state other than the destination state printed on a shipping document for fuel.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends 1114C34, shipping documents, transportation of motor fuel by barge, watercraft, railroad, tank, or transport truck, and civil penalty. The main purpose of this bill is to create a defense to a civil penalty that is imposed for a result of delivery of fuel to a state other than the destination state printed on the shipping label for fuel. Under this code section, you cannot transport motor fuel at a terminal rack unless shipping document complies with this section. The proposed code no longer addresses bulk plant rack in this state, any motor fuel by barge, watercraft, railroad, tank car, or transport vehicle. Bulk rack terminology is deleted. It removes the requirement for automated print machines generating shipping documents. The Commissioner has authorization to issue manually prepared shipping documents in the event of extraordinary unforeseen circumstances such as act of God or other interference with machine-generated shipping documents, and bulk plant operator form requirements are instituted. Terminal operator shipping documents must be machine-generated, and that requirement is deleted. Also deleted the requiring notification by next business day that instructions have been received and the shipping document was issued, or receives authorization confirmation number from the Commissioner's designated entity and records changes in designation, provides confirmation number for diversion to person of delivery destination, clarifies that amount of civil penalty for subsequent violations after notice to correct the shipping document is $10,000. It allows for a defense to the civil penalty. Conditions for the defense are the person notified the Commissioner of diversion and received confirmation number before imposition of a penalty, and tax was timely paid on diverted fuel unless Paragon was a fuel transporter. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 45th, Doggett Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman please yield?
Yes.
I was trying to listen to everything you were saying. I thought that you said that the machine printed document was removed. Was that the requirement was removed?
It's not required to be machine printed.
It's not required to be machine printed?
Correct.
Okay, so that's why I was confused, because on page 1, line 16, it's underlined, says shall be machine printed. Am I looking at the right one?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. The terminal operator shipping document must be machine generated.
Do you know if that was the intent in this bill, was to have that in there?
I do not.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 4th, Doggett Reynolds.
Could you please yield?
Yes.
So my understanding that if I pick up a tanker load of gasoline and I go to a gas station and it doesn't hold all the gas, I can't take that gas to another gas station without computer-generated documents?
Counsel? I can't hear you. It does require a shipping label to be generated. Yes.
That's what I say. Now, if the shipping label, we can't make it up by handwriting the shipping label?
It requires a machine-generated shipping label, but there is a defense set up in this bill if there is a civil penalty that is imposed because the shipment went to a state other than it was supposed to be going to.
Okay, thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 91 ayes, 7 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2997, adding a defense to the civil penalty imposed for the result of delivery of fuel to a state other than the destination state printed on the shipping fuel document for fuel.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3030, relating to gross weight limitations and road restrictions in Greenbrier and Pocahontas County.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in 30 seconds to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds language providing that the Commissioner of the Division of Highways may allow an increase of gross weight limitations and dimensional restrictions on certain roads in Greenbrier and Pocahontas counties. It specifies applicability, roadway locations, and it provides for permit application, restrictions, requirements, fees, and limitations. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3030, relating to gross weight limitations and road restrictions in Greenbrier and Pocahontas County.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3036, sunsetting the Board of Sanitarians.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 15th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to sunset the Board of Sanitarians. Sanitarians are employed by the local boards of health to receive training from DHHR and the Bureau of Public Health. The board administers a national exam that individuals at local boards of health level may still take to become a registered sanitarian. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Lady in the 51st, Doug Fleshauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge rejection of this bill. I understand the effort that is being made to review various occupational boards and also make sure that we are not giving our stamp of approval to people that are preserving little fiefdoms. I get that, but I don't think that's happening in this case. And maybe I should say first that this board has an $11,000 budget, $8,000 of which comes from local public health. We are not talking about a large sum of money that is being expended. And I think given local sanitarians work at our local public health offices, they protect our public health. And the main thing they're doing right now is, or the main thing they do is provide training. They do that jointly, and one of the things that does is ensure standardization so that the Long John Silver's in Weirton is the same as the they have the same standards as the Long John Silver's in Beckley. I think what's kind of unfortunate about this is the timing. This is a slap in the face to people that have really put their lives and all of their energy on the line during the pandemic. These people have been doing, they're supposed to be inspecting restaurants, they're supposed to be making sure that water is safe in all kinds of places, but they've been doing vaccinations, they've been volunteering at testing sites, they've gone, I know that people from Taylor County came to our county and helped out with our testing and vice versa. They've really been incredibly wonderful healthcare heroes. So it may be that at some point we should consider this, but I don't think this is the right time. I think this is a slap in the face to these people who have been dedicated to our public health. So I urge a no vote.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 71 ayes, 29 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3036, sunsetting the Board of Sanitarians.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3072, sunset the Board of Forestry.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 15th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to sunset the Board of Forestry. The bill would permit the Division of Forestry to maintain a list of foresters meeting specific education requirements and would be searchable by the public. This would help the division maintain a searchable database for the landowners assistance programs. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman on the 46th, Doug Burkhammer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
All right, so in this, is this removing, and thank you for yielding, is this removing their license? Right now, there's two types of forestry license, and by removing that board, they oversee that. So is it removing that license?
It's removing the license, but there will still be a voluntary list that is maintained, which will include, for example, the 4-year degree or a 2-year, as amended yesterday, a 2-year plus 2-year experience degree. Both of those will still be required according to the Division of Forestry in their rules, but it's not going to have the actual license.
Oh, yep. And so with that, we have reciprocity with several states because of our license and that approach. Would that reciprocity still be in effect with us no longer having a license and only having the list?
The only state around us that even licenses is Maryland. There's only 15 states other than us, including us, that license foresters.
I mean, I have several states in the southern part that work with a company in my district, and they're just concerned with that reciprocity. And
with they would still have the same requirements to become a forester. So you'd have those degrees would still apply. And there's a national board of or a national association of foresters, and this degree would still qualify them to operate in most of those states, from my understanding. But there wouldn't be that license.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, can I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again. I'm going to have to oppose the bill. I've got a large employer in my district that is a forestry consulting, works all over several states and through the South, and they've worked for the last 4 or 5 years on reciprocity agreements and getting their exam and things to the equivalent level of those states so that we could do that. And so by removing that license, I think this is very harmful to that business and several businesses through the state, because you got to think about they are going out of state, employing West Virginia people, going out of state, bringing revenue back into the state and employing local people. And I think this will be detrimental to that. And so I urge a no vote. Thank you.
The gentleman 56, Douglas Howell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chairman yield?
Yes.
On the reciprocity agreements that the gentleman brought up, that goes on the qualifications maintained in the state, whether it be a licensing agency or a state agency. Is that not correct?
I believe what you're saying is correct, yes.
Okay, so all of the requirements that were under the Board of Forestry will now be under the Division of Forestry. Is that correct?
That's correct, and most of that will be included in the rule, but we required that to be maintained as well. And on the reciprocity end, my understanding too, the reciprocity the gentleman's talking about is not really a formal reciprocity on a licensure of states. It's just a coalition of foresters in the Southern District.
So it's not an interstate compact? It's just...
No, it is not.
And they look at the qualifications under the current license, and if this bill passes and becomes law, those exact same qualifications will still be there. They'll just now be under the Division of Forestry.
That's correct. They're all those qualifications will still remain.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman from 34th, Douglas Boggs.
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Thank you. Was any of the foresters that are licensed, or were they consulted about this, and did they give any opinion on it?
Yes, they were, and it was kind of the Division of Forestry favored this bill, but then on the licensing side, of course, we're sunsetting the board, and we had board members that were opposed to it.
Well, the board members being probably the ones that are licensed foresters and registered foresters, correct?
Most of them are.
Thank you. Speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
I respectfully join with the gentleman from Lewis and oppose this bill. I think these gentlemen and ladies have worked very hard and long for their credentials, and I do fear that even though it's going to go to the Division of Forestry, it may have an effect on their businesses as well as their professionalism. So I would oppose the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If yes, the gentleman 15th, Douglas Foster, is recognized to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we mentioned, there's only 15 states that do license forestry, and these programs, and we understand that through discussion and debate with the Division of Forestry and talking to them, that this is not a problem. First of all, to maintain this list so that the public has access to a list of qualified foresters, as they do now, it's through the license. But the problem, it was very problematic when we looked at some of this licensing issue, because a lot of the board members actually had a problem even distinguishing between their license and their business when it came to competition. So that was something that was very problematic, as well as whenever they had this license, there was even somebody from the board that was on the board and left the state to work somewhere else, and when he came back, he was no longer allowed to be on the board or be a forester, because they had established an exam to keep him out and not keep other people out of the business while grandfathering themselves in. And it just seemed to be a very anti-competitive board, and I would definitely urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 56 ayes, 44 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3072, sunset the Board of Forestry.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3074, relating to information on organ and tissue donations.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 13th, Douglas Higginbotham, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, 120,000 Americans are added to the organ donation wait list, and many thousands of these people die while waiting for a matching organ donation. West Virginia happens to have the lowest percentage of eligible West Virginians signed up or registered to be an organ donor. So the committee substitute for House Bill 3074 adds a new section to the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act, requiring the State Board of Education to establish a program that provides educational materials concerning organ and tissue donation to public high school students and students of higher education. The information provided will provide a comprehensive scientific overview of organ donation, its history and advancements in the field. The information will address myths and facts and misunderstandings concerning organ donation in West Virginia. Parents are provided an opt-out option for their child to not receive this information, and higher education institutions may provide similar information through their student health services or as part of their curriculum. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 94 ayes, 6 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3074, relating to information on organ and tissue donations.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3089, make utility workers essential employees during a state of emergency.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to define as essential workers, employees, or contractors who work for companies that fall under the definition of essential business activities during a state of emergency or state of preparedness, to ensure that utility services can continue to operate or be restored. That's a summarization of the bill. I'm happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3089, make utility workers the essential employees during a state of emergency.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3286, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Human Services, Child Care and Development.
Gentleman from the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase the DHHR's federal child care block grant spending authority by $55 million. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3286, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Human Services, Child Care Development.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill effective from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3287, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security.
Gentleman from the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase special revenue spending authority for the Department of Homeland Security, Law Enforcement Safety and Emergency Worker Funeral Expense Payment Fund by $48,000. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman from the 10th, Doug Kelly. Gentleman from the 18th, Doug Worrell, your vote's not registered. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3287, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3288, supplementing and amending appropriations by decreasing and increasing existing items of appropriation to DHHR.
The gentleman from the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This supplemental appropriation comes at the request of DHHR so that the department may comply with a federal mandate from CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services. DHHR has identified 2 appropriations which can be reduced in order to fund the purchase of an electronic visit verification system. This system will track visits by in-home care providers. This will ensure that the patients are getting the services they need and also ensure accountability for the in-home service providers contracted by the state. And failure to implement an EVV will result in a federal penalty. These funds can also be counted toward the state matching for Medicaid. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3288, supplementing and amending appropriations by decreasing and increasing existing items of appropriation in the DHHR.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3289, supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Geological and Economic Survey.
The gentleman of the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase the Department of Commerce's Geological and Economic Survey Program federal spending authority appropriation by $100,000. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3289, supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Geological and Economic Survey.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3291, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Administrative Services.
Gentleman from 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase federal revenue spending authority for the Department of Homeland Security, the Division of Administrative Services, by $20 million. These funds are made available from 3 federal grants. The first one is the Victims of Crime Act. The second one is the Comprehensive Opioid Abuse Site-Based Program. And the final one is the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Fund for Public Safety. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3291, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Administrative Services.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3292, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health.
Gentleman with the 10th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to increase the federal spending authority appropriation to DHHR's Division of Health. This will increase the current expenses appropriations by $90 million. The funds will be used to provide COVID vaccine and testing. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3292, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent, but 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. In lieu of a motion for reconsideration, the chair will recognize the gentleman from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the last bill, I asked for Rule 49 based on my situation. The gentleman does own a laboratory that does do COVID-19 tests.
The gentleman has raised that same request on versions of this bill in the past that have come before this House. It has been the ruling of the chair that the gentleman was excused from voting on those bills. It would have been the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would have been excused from voting on this bill. Would not have been excused, pardon me, would not have been excused from voting on this bill, as the gentleman does belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals similarly situated, and therefore would have been directed to vote on the bill. Clerk will please note that ruling by the chair in the journal. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3295, making a supplemental appropriation to the Division of Human Services and Division of Health Central Office.
Gentleman of 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This supplemental appropriation reduces appropriations to DHHR's Division of Human Services by $1,829,846. Then it appropriates $119,207 to fund the Office of Foster Care Ombudsman, which has a duty of investigating complaints in the foster care system. Finally, the bill appropriates $1,710,009 to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. These funds will be used to hire additional staff to handle the increasing caseloads the office has seen in recent years due to the opioid epidemic and now the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman 13th, Douglas Penson, your vote's not registered. Lady 38th, Douglas Graves, your vote's not registered. Gentleman 50th, Douglas Garcia, your vote's not registered. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3295, making a supplemental appropriation to the Division of Human Services and Division of Health Central Office.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3297, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Veterans Assistance, Veterans Home.
The gentleman from the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This supplemental appropriation expires $550,000 in available reappropriated general revenue dollars from the Department of Veterans Assistance Operations Fund to the unappropriated surplus balance of the general revenue. Then it appropriates $550,000 to the Department of Veterans Assistance Veterans Home Fund to cover operational costs. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute House Bill 3297, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Veterans Assistance, Veterans Home.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3307, Social Media Integrity and Anti-Corruption in Elections Act.
Gentleman to 16th, Doug Linville, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3307 represents significant work that this committee and that this House has been engaged in, looking to level the playing field for big tech as it relates to anonymous and in-kind contributions that come to candidates and candidates' committees, political parties, and others. What this bill is a recognition of a changing dynamic in elections in this country. We've long had laws that regulate speech in our elections. Picketing is a practice that's nearly as old as democracy itself and as government. And since the 1920s, we've had laws governing the opportunity for equal time on radio and television. And those are enshrined by the FCC. Social media, which is the most recent media technology, has demonstrated the potential for tremendous impact on voter information. West Virginia nearly bore the brunt of that tremendous impact this last election when Facebook prepared to publish incorrect information regarding the deadline of West Virginia's primary election and deadlines relating to when they could vote and when they could register to vote. Fortunately, Secretary of State Warner caught their mistake and averted a misinformation disaster. Given the rise of social media and its corresponding influence on West Virginia voter information, now is the time for us to ensure that social media platforms who choose to participate in our state elections do so fairly, accurately, and with accountability. The First Amendment does have strict scrutiny. West Virginia has a compelling government interest in ensuring that the dissemination of accurate information regarding the administrations of our elections is accurate. This bill is narrowly tailored in a compelling government interest to ensure the integrity of our elections, and the Secretary of State, as our chief elections officer, and our 55 county clerks are charged and serve as voters' trusted sources of nonpartisan election information. Specifically, Social media platforms must be held accountable for acts that adversely impact our electorate. Social media platforms that promote one candidate's ads while blocking another's should report these transactions under West Virginia's campaign finance laws. Social media platforms who censor free speech should similarly report, and this bill would place the same types of requirements on them as we do on our traditional media companies, our newspapers, our television, and our radio. Free speech is essential, and this bill ensures that independent expenditures in support of candidates are reported by social media companies. We require every other type of media to do so in a timely fashion, and social media companies deserve that same treatment. Social media platforms should neither profit nor pay for West Virginia elections, and our elections are simply not for sale, and this bill codifies that. Social media platforms should not arbitrarily deplatform a candidate that they disagree with. There have been many terminations or suspensions of candidates' accounts for no discernible reason, including advertising accounts of some members of this body. These unsuspecting candidates deserve at least a modicum of due process. A candidate whose account is arbitrarily suspended weeks before an election deserves a detailed explanation, and it should be delivered expeditiously. Finally, transparency matters, and voters deserve to know who is influencing their election-related decisions. While Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg continue to hide behind Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, they did not hide their true intent in the 2020 election. Mark Zuckerberg's announcement that he had personally committed $300 million to his election initiatives to register 4 million voters, focusing on those, quote, whose vote had been suppressed. But what did that actually mean? It spoke to his true intent because this funding disproportionately impacted elections in Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Detroit and other urban areas. This funding was not reported in campaign finance disclosures in West Virginia. It lacked congressional approval and oversight. It lacked public transparency, and it appeared designed to influence the election. Even that appearance of influence decreases public confidence in our elections. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as voting is a fundamental right and a compelling state interest, this bill ensures transparency and accountability for modern media technologies. We've long regulated traditional media in the election space, and this bill ensures that big tech social media companies have a level playing field with respect to TV, radio, and newspapers. Mr. Speaker, a significant amount of information has been incorrectly put forward. I'm more than willing to answer questions regarding those and how this bill addresses them. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of 51st, Douglas Hanson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have some questions for the gentleman. And my first question is on page 7. There is a provision related to the type of algorithm that the social media platforms are not allowed to use.
Yes.
Okay. So in particular, the platforms are not allowed to use an algorithm to modify the visibility of election content except the user's physical residence in the state of West Virginia. So I guess I'm trying to think through a scenario on that where would that prevent Facebook, for example, from providing you information about where you could vote in your county? Because that would take into account county-level information and not state-level information.
No, that would not, because I believe that you're on line 131. Number 3. And so the full definition says, use any algorithm or manual determination to modify the visibility or availability of election content to any user based on any factor, except so on and so forth. And so that would be the visibility or availability, but that would not state that they could not give them the information. But they do, in order to do that, need to check with the Secretary of State to make sure that they're not publishing fake news.
How is... I guess I'd like to understand that distinction between visibility or availability and actually serving up the content.
Sure.
Why would this not prevent them from serving up content that's useful to them in their county?
Sure. So let me give you a specific example. Let's say that Facebook wanted to put forward information regarding voting specifically to people in Monongalia County, but not to people in Raleigh County, as a for instance. And perhaps they were trying to influence the vote or influence the election based on any number of demographics, including registered voters or party breakdown, those sorts of things. If they're going to put out free and fair information that is accurate, they need to do so ubiquitously. And so what that would essentially mean is, let's say that they wanted to target a specific neighborhood. Let's take it towards my side of the aisle. Let's say that they wanted to specifically get out the rural vote. Let's say that they wanted to do that, but they did not want to do that for the more urban areas of our state. That would be illegal under this bill. So if they're going to put out that content, they need to do so uniformly and ubiquitously across our state and not pick winners and losers.
Okay, that's not how I read that paragraph, but that's okay. I think we differ on that. Let me move to page 5. One important part of this bill is that it requires the social media companies to get prior express approval from the Secretary of State to publish certain information about the elections. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and some examples of that are things like voter registration requirements or polling place locations or information about candidates. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, does this apply to a post that you or I would make, or would it be purely posts that the social media company puts out?
It would only be that content which the social media company puts out itself. So that social media platform, again, it's if you look at line 72 on page 5, sub D, a social media platform shall not publish, promote, or otherwise disseminate election content in the form of information put out by the social media platform itself, or by an associated or affiliated entity to a user. So you are a user of the platform, right? Our county committees, our state committees, whatever it may be, they're users of the platform. They are not the platform. And so the people who would have to check for that would be the social media platform itself.
Okay. So what happens if you or I make a post with false or misleading information about a polling place location, for example?
Sure. Well, I'll quote or paraphrase Mark Zuckerberg in his testimony to the United States Congress, wherein he said that he felt that the electorate should receive that information and know that the candidate running for office was putting out incorrect information and be able to judge the worth of that candidate for themselves.
Okay. What if a newspaper puts out incorrect information? Let's say they made the same mistake or a similar mistake that Facebook made last year due to the shifting of the deadlines, and they want to post information. Do they need to get prior approval from the Secretary of State?
They are not contemplated in the definition of a social media platform.
Okay, what about radio ads?
They are also not contemplated in the definition of a social media platform.
Okay, and public service announcements also wouldn't fall under this bill.
A public service announcement is an advertisement which is not put out by that content provider in and of itself.
Okay. And then if what happened last election cycle were to happen again, if this bill were made into law, what penalty would Facebook face?
Facebook would have substantial penalties up to and including a $75,000 to $100,000 per incidence per day fine.
Okay. $100,000 per day.
That's correct. And if you actually look at Section 230, 47 U.S.C. Section 230, the next section is 231. And interestingly, you'll find that for violations of that, it's a $50,000 per incidence per day fine. And so we brought it right in line with the United States Code.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for answering those questions.
Sure.
I am opposed to this bill, as you could probably tell from those questions. I think I'm particularly opposed to this prior approval requirement for social media companies to publish any information about a long list of things related to the election. Now, the gentleman from the 16th and I discussed that Facebook won't be able to publish election dates or early voting periods or deadlines or polling place locations. But if you look at that list, it includes a lot more than that. It includes information about any candidate on a ballot. Facebook or Twitter won't be able to publish any information about any candidate on the ballot without first going to the Secretary of State's office in writing and asking for permission to publish that information. There are a lot of attorneys in this room who can probably express an opinion about whether that violates the First Amendment. I'm not an attorney. I question whether it does. I thought that it had been settled in courts that corporations have free speech rights just like people do. This takes that away. And if they make a mistake, like Facebook almost did last year, apparently, they would be subject to a $100,000 a day fine for making a mistake. So I understand that there's some good things in here, and this is an emerging issue that we need to tackle. We need to think through it and make some good policy, but I would submit to you that this is not that bill. This includes some provisions that go way above and beyond what's reasonable and perhaps what's even legal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman in the 42nd, Doug Longenecker, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the gentleman who worked really hard to get this bill out there and get it on the floor for a full vote here today. I was one of those candidates on September the 28th, 5 crucial weeks before a general election, that Facebook just abruptly decided to deactivate my entire account. No due process, community standards. They actually, after several phone calls, and it took me a few weeks to finally actually find a real person with a real voice to talk to me, I was told, first of all, one excuse that was at best rather lame, and then the second reason was, at worst, very inaccurate. So the last 5 weeks of my campaign against 2 incumbents was made virtually without any social media platform at all. So it's very fortunate that I'm even here right now. I had to go actually knock on a lot of doors. I found a lot of hollers and ridge tops in my district that I didn't even know existed, while my 2 opponents had the advantage of sitting home and using Twitter and Facebook. Now, I did have a campaign page. Fortunately, I had the wherewithal ahead of time to delegate an admin for my campaign page. Thank goodness. Because when they deactivated my account, I had no more connection to my campaign page. If someone asked me a question on my campaign page, I never saw it. If someone said something inaccurate about me on my campaign page, I could not respond to it. Very unfair. Now, quite frankly, and I'll close with this. Facebook and Twitter and some other social media platforms out there have become nothing more than propaganda sites, and the Nazi leadership of the 1940s would be proud of them today. Joseph Goebbels would be proud of Facebook today. This is a good bill, and if we can't get pot there for our delegate from Kanawha County to raise some revenue for the state of West Virginia, some of these daily fines, I guarantee you, could bring in some much-needed revenue. I support this bill. Thank you for providing it for us to vote on today, there, Delegate.
The gentleman at 36, Doug Barracks, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 16th yield for a couple questions?
I would.
Yeah, can you give me some examples? You were talking about in your introduction about these examples of people who were canceled for no good reason. Do you have any concrete examples you could give me just very quickly?
Me.
Okay, specifically?
Sure. So my advertisements were stopped 2 weeks prior to the election by Facebook, even though they'd already previously been running, and I followed each and every one of their rules and have never violated their terms of service once.
And so what was their reason given for canceling you?
Yeah, oops.
What was their reason?
Their reason was oops.
Okay, so they made a mistake though, but they didn't purposely take you off then. I mean, there was an accident, you're saying.
That mistake has a temporal value as it regards the time in which messages are put out, and that influences our elections. And to give you a direct correlation, I would point you to 47 CFR 73.1941 regarding equal opportunities in radio and television. I believe that's an industry that you've previously been in.
Yes, sir.
And it would state that no station licensee is required to permit the use of its facilities by any legally qualified candidate. But if any licensee shall permit that such licensee shall have no power of censorship over the material broadcast by any such candidate, appearance by a legally qualified candidate on any bona fide newscast, bona fide news interview, bona fide news documentary, on-the-spot coverage, or advertisement. And in fact, they must provide equal rates, which is what we require in this bill. Oh, and by the way, if they violate, they can have their license yanked.
Yes, and I agree that if you do get canceled, yes, it certainly does hurt your campaign, but I'm just saying, you know, if you run a TV ad or a radio spot, sometimes they can make a mistake on that and not play it at the right time or things like that. So I'm just wondering, I mean, are you saying that they made a mistake or that there was like a conspiracy to take you off the air?
The question that I would ask is how many individuals across this country who were not candidates for federal office, let's say that they were state or local candidates, ran into the same mistake and were unable to have that rectified prior to the election, thus changing the result of the election, resulting in disparate impact and disparate treatment to candidates on both sides of the aisle.
Yes, well, and I don't know. I would imagine you'd have the answer to that.
This bill would prevent that.
Okay. Do you know how many, though?
You're asking for someone to what's called prove a negative, right? So if you don't have the opportunity to have that data, which they've never been required to provide, which they now would, how on earth could you possibly ensure or have hard data as to the results?
I'd like to know who decides, like if you have a problem and you say you cancel me for the wrong reason, who would decide on
the State Elections Commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And now, don't you agree, though, that Facebook and Twitter, companies like that, they're private companies. They should have the right to police themselves that way, that they shouldn't be overseen by the government? I mean, that's a regulation now, isn't it, that we're talking about?
It's a regulation in regards to our elections, and I think there should be an equal and level playing field for entities regardless of the type of industry that they're in. And so I feel like, quite frankly, they should be under the same regulation as that of our newspapers, of our traditional TV media. And I feel like, unfortunately, that has not been the case, and in fact should be now. Is the gentleman, saying that we should have additional dark money in our elections?
We should have what?
Are you suggesting that we should have additional dark money in our elections?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I just noticed that a certain side of the aisle is against regulating private companies, saying that they should have the right to regulate themselves, and I just thought you wouldn't want more government regulation in this.
I'm sorry to the gentleman, but I think that's a non sequitur.
Okay, that's your opinion. Thank you very much. May I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm against this. I think that I've seen a lot of these on Facebook, people that have claim they've been put in Facebook jail, and it's usually someone that, it's usually someone that does something that is against policy. They either spout out a conspiracy theory or something that is proven to be false. And I just think that we're going into territory where you're getting into fighting censorship with censorship, and we're just opening up a real can of worms. So I'm certainly against this, and I would urge everyone else to vote against it. Thank you very much.
Gentleman with the 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition of this bill. Unfortunately, like my friend and colleague from the 16th, in October, I experienced a couple of incidents with Facebook as well. It wasn't for anything offensive or anything that they deemed inappropriate, but it was simply a oops. It was simply a oops, and there was a couple different advertisements, and I had a virtual fundraiser that I was trying to share. It wouldn't allow me to. However, I picked myself up by the bootstraps, kept on trucking, and I stand here today to tell you that it did not affect me. So I would urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Gentleman number 3rd, Douglas Fluharty is recognized.
Will the gentleman from Greenbrier yield?
Yes.
All right. I'm dying to know, why were you kicked off Facebook?
Well, first of all, I was not put into Facebook jail like some of you have had the luxury to be. I was totally disbanded from the platform. And to this day, they have not given me a legal reason or justifiable reason why. They gave me 3 different possibilities of why I was taken off.
Okay, was it about a certain post you may have made?
A certain what?
A certain post on Facebook that you may have made?
No.
It wasn't?
Nope. I can tell you it was because I followed a page that was not mine to see what this was all about, this page. So since the page that I followed to do my own, I like to make informed decisions. I wanted to know, what is this page about? This page was called, you guys probably heard of them, QAnon. I said, what is this QAnon everybody's talking about? QAnon, right? Such a dangerous, dangerous bunch of folks, rabbit hole stuff. I thought, what are they talking about? I followed a QAnon page.
So,
that was the second, just.
So by following QAnon, you're saying you became a member
no,
of the page?
I liked the page so that I could get the posts so I could follow. Never once shared a QAnon post. Okay. Never once made a QAnon post.
Did you go
followed it to get educated because I had no clue what it was.
Okay. Did you educate yourself about QAnon?
Oh, and up to the point where they disbanded QAnon and everyone else associated with it.
Okay. So
yes,
it's your belief that because you followed QAnon and subscribed to their page that was one of the reasons why you were kicked off Facebook. Could you tell us what the other 2 were?
I think the other one was because, yes, this is a good one. I laughed when they told me this one. So a Facebook post came around. Y'all might have seen the post. It was a petition. Sign this petition if you want to make the KKK a domestic terrorist organization. I thought, wow, what a great idea. Making them a domestic terrorist organization. After all, they use fear, intimidation, and sometimes violence to achieve a political aim. Sounds like a domestic terrorist organization to me. So instead of signing the petition immediately, I hit reply, and I put, I love this idea. Great idea. They should be a domestic terrorist.
Gentleman will state the point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we stay with the bill and not get into individual posts? And
this directly relates to the bill.
The gentleman's question did, the Chair's going to respond. The gentleman's question, the Chair believes, did directly relate to the bill. The dialogue growing out of it may not. So I'll ask the Chair to ask both gentlemen to deal with the question. The question, however, did relate directly to the bill.
Very quickly, I can finish the answer. I actually simply said, I want to sign this petition to make the KKK a domestic terrorist organization. This was on September the 27th.
Okay.
But I said, before I sign your petition, please add Black Lives Matter to the petition because I want to see the KKK and Black Lives Matter both identified as a domestic terrorist organization because both of them used violence, fear, and intimidation to achieve a political aim. And the very next day, on September the 28th, my Facebook account was black. Not jail, totally deactivated. So what a coincidence. It had nothing to do with QAnon. That came about 3 weeks later when I started digging in to see why did you kick me off. So there, to answer your question.
So we're clear. So Facebook, you contacted Facebook directly?
With the help of the Secretary of State's office. Yes,
and their response was that because you were related to QAnon, that they were removing you from their platform?
Nope. They said I posted something against community standards. The only thing that I posted, it had to be about the petition. But the later excuse, when about the third phone call, had to deal with something about QAnon.
Okay.
So they're using QAnon as the excuse. of deactivating my platform. The bottom line is they deactivated free speech, whether it was QAnon, Black Lives Matter, KKK. Everyone has a right, and that's their mission statement, to give everyone the opportunity to be heard on their social media platform.
So
if you want to support them, be my guest. I have no further answers for you.
You believe us, you're done answering my questions?
I don't think your questions are germane to what's going on here.
You just spent 10 minutes answering them.
I was nice to you. I wanted to oblige you or humor you, whichever you
All right,
decide.
gentleman has stopped responding to a direct question.
All right, gentleman from 16th yield.
Certainly.
Okay. So you seem to be obsessed with Zuckerberg and Facebook, but this bill doesn't only apply to Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
Would it apply to Parler?
It would.
Okay. Would it apply to, say, Donald Trump created his own platform, which has been rumored that would happen? Would it apply to that, assuming he met the number of followers that are required under this bill?
If he met the definition as outlined in the bill, it would.
Okay. And if he wanted to post information to his supporters, especially election-related information, he would first have to go get permission from the Secretary of State's office?
If in acting as the entity itself, so as the social media platform itself as defined it therein, and not acting as a user of the platform.
Okay. And back to, I believe you cited that you were terminated from Facebook, but isn't that when they posted to everybody who has an account that this is going to happen, you only have so many days until you can run ads? Isn't that what you're referring to?
Not just that. That was at that timeline. But the specific guidance from Facebook was that ads had to have been started and running and approved prior to that point in time. Mine were. They suspended my account.
So, but many people have dealt with that. It wasn't a situation where you were singled out, was it? You believe you were singled out, like Mark Zuckerberg was looking around West Virginia elections and going, that guy, that's who I want.
Of course not.
You think you were singled out?
I said, of course not.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just make sure we're clear on that. That's all I have. Thanks for yielding.
You bet.
Very briefly.
Gentleman is recognized.
First off, hopefully Facebook will just delete West Virginia because, you know, I think that's where you guys all go to get these ideas for legislation like this, these culture wars we like to build here in this state. You know, we talk about bringing tech companies to West Virginia. We even formed a tech caucus and how we're just going to be next level and we're going to bring people in. And then we're running legislation that says tech companies can operate their companies how they deem fit. People go onto these sites, they have terms of service, you agree to them, and we're saying we're going to infringe on all that. We're going to interfere with every private contract out there because that's what big government Republicans here in West Virginia love to do. That's exactly what this does. These fines, $100,000. I mean, I'm an attorney. It may be great for my profession. You guys are spending a lot of time trying to kill the profession. Maybe you just revived it. But you're not going to have anybody want to come here, do business, open up any tech firms when you're passing backwards legislation claiming that you have these First Amendment rights on these private social media platforms, because you just don't. It's well ingrained in our law. So I'll be voting no on this. And Zuckerberg, if you're listening, man, you know, you quit picking on some people here, I suppose, but I don't think you are. I think you're running a private business that has become very popular, that has been a source for a lot of my right-wing friends over here, for them to run their campaigns and capitalize off of it. And, you know, I don't think that penalizing social media networks, including Parler and any Trump social media network coming down the pike, is going to solve any problems that really don't exist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman with 37th, Doug Pushkin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Greenbrier yield? Sure. Thank you, sir. You gave some, anecdotal evidence about why your campaign, I guess your page was removed from Facebook. Did it not have something to do with the post that was reported to the Anti-Defamation League?
I don't know anything about a report of an what was it?
It's called the B'nai B'rith Anti-Defamation League. They respond to anti-Semitic issues.
Not to my knowledge. I am absolutely pro-Israel all the way, brother.
Okay, well, some of us don't live in Israel, sir. There was a post. Now, I saw the post.
Okay.
Okay, it showed people defending property in Portland during a protest, and it said that had the Jews in the ghetto been armed, that it possibly the Kristallnacht wouldn't have happened. You don't remember making that post?
I do not, but I can tell you that post had nothing to do with what Facebook told me.
Okay. Well, because I saw the post, sir.
Well, I don't even recall that post. But I can tell you that I am not anti-Semitic, if that's what you're trying to get to, and I don't recall ever getting banned for that reason at all.
Okay.
I told you the reason why what they told me on the phone call.
Okay.
Had nothing to do with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for answering the questions. I'm just say that, you know, we can offer anecdotal evidence about why folks were removed from Facebook. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the post. And sometimes people will get removed from Facebook for posting things that are incredibly stupid and insensitive. I don't agree with that because I support the First Amendment. But I think this is a misguided bill, and I'm not going to vote for it.
The gentleman 16th closed debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's been a lot of arguments that have gotten down into the weeds on one person or one particular issue as we've discussed this bill, and that's obfuscated the meaning of the bill. The reality here is this is about equal treatment and getting dark money out of our politics. Okay, something that I think members across the aisle can actually agree with. Okay, don't take my word for it. Even Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are starting to talk about this right now. Okay, on a national level. This is an issue whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. Okay, and in fact, as I look at this, there's been misinformation placed on members' desks that was put out by a entity which represents these companies very specifically. And I think in part of my closing here, I'd like to recount a conversation that I actually had with members of or people from Facebook as we looked at doing this bill. And that tactic of obfuscation is one that continually seems to happen as we look at legislation like this. And repeatedly, Facebook tried to say to me, my goodness, but there's lewd and lascivious content. There's pornography that we've got to take off. And you know what? Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act plainly allows them to do that. And via the Supremacy Clause, we cannot prevent it, but I even went to direct aims to make sure that it was plain as day in the bill that they would still be able to take certain content down. And there are plain examples in this bill that certain content can be removed. It simply protects religious and political speech as defined in the bill. It also specifically goes to the disparate treatment and disparate impact on candidates committees, political parties, and one side or another of an issue advocacy entity. It really is that simple. If you were a radio station or you were a newspaper and you would only take ads from one side but not the other, you would be in violation of the law as it sits right now. The ultimate question is, do you want rules for thee but not for me? That's the ultimate question that we have to ask ourselves here today. These entities make their money selling ads that look like organic content. They do it all the time. And so what is it that they're trying to do here? Well, if you disparately impact a candidate, a political party, a candidate's committee in favor of another as it regards the elections, there is a value to doing that. And that is an in-kind contribution, and C corporations are barred from contributing to political campaigns. It really is that simple. All we're doing is taking their own work, their own monetization of these advertisements, and we're saying you have to be held to the same standard that radio and television do. Quite frankly, we know the effect that big tech has on the market. Look at newspaper revenues. Look at newspaper revenues right now. Look at the things that have been going on in the digital advertising market. There's an antitrust lawsuit filed by HD Media regarding what Google and Facebook have been doing in that space. They claim they've monopolized the entire space. To make the argument that these entities are not incredibly powerful in what they're doing. And to say that these companies, the free speech of these companies should be held higher than that of our newspapers, of our television, of our radio stations, or any other media is a joke. It's just a joke. These folks can't be sued for slander, libel, defamation, or incitement to violence because they're supposed to be clearinghouses of ideas. That's the essence of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. And what are we doing here? We're saying that if you get involved in our elections, you've got to do it right and you've got to report your actions. Mr. Speaker, that is a summary of this bill. And for goodness sakes, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 72 ayes, 28 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3307, Social Media Integrity and Anti-Corruption in the Elections Act.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3308, relating to increasing number of video lottery terminals.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman to 61st, Douglas Barrett, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would increase from 7 to 10 the number of video lottery terminals that a licensed limited video lottery retailer may be authorized by the State Lottery Commission to have on the premises for which the license was issued, effective July 1, 2021.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passing, yes, gentleman to 46, Douglas Burkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
All right, so just trying to wrap my head around this a little bit, being a new guy here. It was just recently we went from 5 terminals to 7, is that correct?
I believe that was in 2017 or 2018.
Okay. Do you know any of the effects that had on the industry? Did it, overall increase the number of units across the state, or did they stay about the same, or what exactly happened there?
Well, it certainly increased revenue to the state of West Virginia. The number of locations was reduced somewhere between 100 and 150. This bill does not increase the number of permits for terminals in the state. So if you're getting at, is this an expansion of gambling? This does not allow more machines in the state of West Virginia. It just allows more machines per location.
No, you actually alluded to where I was wanting to go, so thank you. And so it decreased the number of areas by 100 to 120 locations. That is correct. Can you tell me what these locations that actually have LVLs, what they are?
They have a private club license through the ABC in order to get an LVL license through the state lottery. So they're restaurant, bar, something with a private club alcohol license.
Okay, so we actually lowered small businesses by 100 to 120 by increasing the number of units that they could have. Is that correct?
I guess you could make that argument. In a lot of cases, these locations are very small places where they just have LVLs, and they're owned by one operator may own 8 or 10 of these small businesses because they can only have a limited number of machines per location. So what this does is gives the flexibility to that business owner to not have to pay mortgages or rent and all the expenses associated with multiple locations. They'll be able to consolidate their machines into fewer locations.
Okay, so you would agree that by going from 7 to 10, we could see another 100 to 120 locations less?
I think that's probably, I doubt it's that many, but I would expect a small reduction in the number of locations in the state, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yep. May I speak to the bill?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
All right, so I'm hoping some of you guys are going to vote no just on the idea of expansion of gambling. We've already passed several bills to do that, and so I'm hoping you're going to stay with us on that when we say no there. But I'm also hoping on the other side that we'll consider that we're going to have a detrimental effect on 100 to 120 further businesses if we make that assumption, in the fact that these are, small restaurants, your little bar and grill, your little hot dog stand that's threw a couple of these in the back and is supplementing their income from it. So I think as we, are we expanding gambling or are we not? I think we're hurting small business here. if that's the way we want to look at it. So I urge a no vote. We don't need the expansion of lottery. And last thing we need to be doing is hurting our small business. Thank you.
Gentleman to 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request a Rule 49, as my business would be directly affected by this.
As the holder of a license and an operator?
Yes, I have lottery machines in my business.
It would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would belong to a class of greater than 5 or greater individuals similarly situated, and therefore would be directed to vote.
Thank you, sir.
Lady with 38th, Doug Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? So my question is, I'm just a little confused by the delegate from the 48th's comments. Are we mandating, is the state going into these small businesses and forcibly removing their terminals?
Absolutely not. This just allows an operator or retailer to increase the number of terminals in their location.
Okay, so I'm thinking through this. So in effect, what we're doing is allowing the free market to determine where there's demand for these machines. So where there is demand, we're allowing them to go up to 10, but we're not forcing them out at the places that aren't doing as well.
I think that's a fair analysis, that absolutely this is more of a free market by allowing the small business to expand. And those that provide a good service, those that are a clean establishment, those that have upgraded equipment, those small businesses will do well, and those that don't provide the service may not.
Thank you. So speaking to the bill, I would say that, as most of you in here know, even though I do have a casino that's close to me, I will quite often vote no on expansion of gambling. I voted no on sports betting. I was one of the 7 people who did. I don't personally agree with having like a state policy that advances gambling. But here's why I'm going to be voting yes on this particular bill, and it's because of what the gentleman said, said earlier, and that is when we had this, very recently, we increased the number of terminals in certain locations from 5 to 7. We did have fewer gambling opportunities by location in this state. I happen to think that's a good thing, and personally, I would like to see fewer places where we can gamble here. That's just my own personal belief in it, and I think my district would probably support me, and I'm going to be voting yes for this bill for that reason.
Gentleman 28, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So I've heard a couple questions there, and I've gotten my own head here a bit. This does not increase the total number of machines that operate within the state, correct?
It does not increase the total number of permits for machines. That's correct.
Okay. So, so the lady is correct in assuming that this has the potential to increase the number of machines at a particular location, but also potentially decrease the number of operating locations within the state.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you. With the gentleman in the back from the 27th yield, who's engaged in conversation?
Apparently so.
Yes, I'm yielding.
Thank you. Thank you.
Caught me in conversation.
Yes, I hope it was edifying.
Yeah, maybe. How may I help you, sir?
The bill that was passed early in this session that had to do with advertising at the video lottery machines, did it not also have an elimination of the cap on the locations of these places?
I believe it did, yes, sir.
Okay, that's my recollection as well. So, thank you. You're released to resume conversation. Thank you.
Can we talk a little more so I can?
I have to move on.
Thank you.
Would the sponsor yield, please?
Yes, sir.
So, with the bill that we already passed that removes the cap on locations for the video lottery machines, unlimited locations, how does that fit and square up with this bill here? because I thought you said that there would be a reduction in locations, just additional machines.
Well, I said there could be a reduction in locations. The free market will determine whether there are fewer or more locations. The effect of the 5 to 7 bill was a reduction in locations, and I would assume this bill would have a similar result.
So the bottom line is, with unlimited locations in the bill that was already passed, and now we're allowing from 7 to 10 machines, then it could all fill up to 10 at unlimited locations. Is that correct?
Well, no. I mean, it's not unlimited. There's a certain number of licenses for machines in the state of West Virginia. We cannot exceed that many machines in the state.
I'm saying each location.
Each location can have up to 10.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yep.
The gentleman on the 18th, I got Worrell.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House rules on jurisdiction on committees, this bill originated in finance. However, reading through the bill, I can't find any reference to any type of jurisdiction for the Committee on Finance. Could I ask for a ruling from the chair?
As to what? What is the gentleman's question?
That I do not believe this bill should have gone through finance, or should have at least gone through another committee pursuant to the jurisdiction on committees.
If the gentleman is raising the question as to whether a bill should have or could have been referred, motions for referral are in order. If it's the gentleman's intent to offer a motion to refer, that motion is in order.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the gentleman from 61st, Douglas Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of years ago, the 5 to 7 bill was originated in the Finance Committee, just as this bill here this year was. I would submit to you that this is not an expansion of gambling, that this is more of a free market to allow these small businesses to have the tools necessary to run a legitimate small business that makes money, one that makes a lot of money to the state of West Virginia. All the excess lottery funds go towards education. And so if you want to fund the Hope Scholarship, I think that voting for this bill is a great idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 65 ayes, 33 nays, and 2 members absent. Less than a majority having voted in the affirmative, chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3308, relating to increasing the number of video lottery terminals.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Householder moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Did someone say aye? The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. Title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 3310, relating to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that we are on a free market bill streak, because the bill before you is truly the epitome of free market. This bill allows for the installation of solar energy facilities for retail electric customers subject to caps under a power purchase agreement. A power purchase agreement is an agreement between a customer and a solar energy generator to buy energy from the generator from the facility on the customer's premises and designed only to meet the needs of that customer. There is a cap on the facility size for each retail customer under the power purchase agreement, 25 kilowatt for retail, 500 kilowatt for commercial, and 2,000 kilowatt for industrial. The power purchase agreements would also be subject to existing statewide caps for net metering, which is 3% of the aggregate customer peak demand for each electric utility in the state. The PSC would have rulemaking authority over the interconnection of these facilities onto the grid. Let me tell you very, very clearly what this bill does not do. What this bill does not do. This bill does not allow for more solar in the state of West Virginia. This bill does not provide any state subsidies for solar or renewable energy, and it does not give any preference or priority to solar or renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, that is a summarization of the bill. Be happy to take questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman from 61st, Doug Barrett, your vote's not registered. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 83 ayes, 16 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3310 relating to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on